Okay, the meeting is being live streamed, so. Okay, but it's not posted yet.
Of course, we have it on recording speaker so you can see everyone.
Okay,
I mean, like,
but we want to show the commissioners more,
yeah, we'll switch it.
There's a whole nother camera. for
me
it.
less. Commissioners more.
You have your own camera.
I don't want one, thank you.
You use.
The what I was proposing was
Sorry.
I'll announce it. You know, do public comments. Don't present my business on all the little matters. But I thought the first thing which points in time is my time. The guide was. It's not too long. This first. Ask them right from the first.
The second one, that's always the first. Yeah.
Now go home.
Add that one to get that. If I can get through.
Then you always stack the sauce. And then.
Which way? And what I have is you list the top. If I wanted to jump right on there, it's not gonna do. You know, so that- Thank you. I think it was two. You're fine on this.
We are live.
Yeah. The other question, we still have the answer.
All right, so we've got Anna, did you make me the host?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank
So I'm
you.
about to leave. Let's check before I leave.
Okay, let me go to participants. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Morning.
Amanda, can you hear me? If you can hear me.
Yes, yes, sorry.
Is the one that's labeled Jeff, is that Mr. Albright?
Yes. I'm guessing. Let's see here. Let me see.
Now,
I
you know
don't-
what? I don't, oh, Jeff. Okay, I see it now.
Anna, are you on the YouTube or are you still on the Zoom?
I'm still on the Zoom.
Will you go off the Zoom and go to the YouTube? And check it for me, please.
Okay.
Do we know who iPhone is? You haven't joined via the link, have you? Okay. There you are, Mr. Albright. You were named Jeff, so.
Yes, can you hear me, Madam Hearing?
I can hear you.
Great.
I'm just having them check the, are we going to have anything procedural that we need to deal with, Mr. Albright, before we begin our hearing?
I think.
And I just
one-
remind everyone that is on the Zoom link, we are live streaming already on YouTube. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I think just one thing to clarify the exhibit numbers that we had submitted. I think I can make it easier for everyone. We had a bunch of exhibits that were part of the testimony numbered, and rather than duplicating numbers and having multiple exhibits with the same number, we only have the direct testimony, supplemental testimony, and the second supplemental testimony. All of the other exhibits are referenced within those testimonies. So
Yes,
That's-
sir. We can clarify that on the record.
sure can,
Um,
either way.
Whichever witness you believe is the appropriate record custodian, or the appropriate witness, to lay the foundation and verify authenticity, et cetera, of the exhibits, I would expect you to admit the exhibit through that witness.
Okay, and
Okay.
that's fine.
Very well,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Any other procedural matter? Anything that we're going to have from staff?
Procedure wise, Madam Hearing Examiner, nothing this morning.
Very well.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay. Again,
I
I
can't.
just,
I'm sorry.
yes,
can't
yes,
hear-
Melissa.
Sorry, I cannot hear whoever was just speaking. Was he standing up or something, not near a microphone?
Right, we're still off the record and Mr.
Oh, no,
Begat
I'm off.
knows that if he wants to talk, he's got to be by a microphone.
Okay.
All right. Did you hear Mr. Albright already?
Yes, and I
Alright.
see him and I hear him well. I see and hear you well. And
Excellent. And I would just remind whoever is listening on the YouTube and whoever is part of the Zoom so far, your witnesses will be admitted as they are called to testify. Otherwise, they can listen to the hearing on the live stream, and that can be accessed from the commission's website. And I am going to and I've already forgotten. Stephans? Ms. Stephans from OGC is going to handle the public comment for the commission. So if we don't have anything else procedural, then it's 9 o'clock. And I think, commissioners, if you're ready, then we can go ahead and begin our meeting. So, good morning. We're here today in the matter of case number 23-00049 UT. This is in the matter of Timberon Water and Sanitation District Advice Notice numbers 18 and 19. Today is the date, time, and place for a hearing on this matter before the Public Regulation Commission. The commission, full commission, is hearing this matter. And this morning we have Chairman O'Connell and Commissioners Argulara and Ellison. My name is Elizabeth Hurst. I'm the hearing examiner that the commission has designated to preside in this hearing this morning. Along with me is our court reporter, Melissa Gonsalves. And if anyone needs anything to do with the transcript, they will need to contact her directly. If we could have appearances, beginning with you, Mr. Albright.
Yes, good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner and Commissioners. My name is Jeff Albright. I'm with J. Albright Law LLC, and I represent Timberon Water and Sanitation District.
Thank you, sir, and good morning. Mr.
Good morning.
Begatko.
Madam Hearing Examiner, good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. John Begatko for the New Mexico Public Regulation Utility Division staff, and I hope I'm coming through loud and clear for our court reporter.
I would like the record to reflect that upon review, there were no interventions filed in this case. Now is the time that the commission has indicated it will hear public comment. I'd like the record to reflect that no one is in our hearing room today to give in-person public comment, and the public comment portion of our hearing will be handled by the Commission's Office of General Counsel, Ms. Erica Stephans. Ms. Stephans, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. This is a public comment portion of today's hearing regarding Timberon Water and Sanitation District's application for interim relief by allowing Timberon to begin billing advice notices number 18 and 19 as soon as possible. My name is Erica Stephans, and I am an Associate General Counsel to the Commission, and I will be presiding over this public comment portion. We had 2 individuals sign up for live comment, and 4 individuals submit written comments. 1 individual signed up for public comment late yesterday, and I wanted to ask the hearing examiner if we may allow him a variance to speak live today.
Mr. Shepherd? Mr. Shepherd? He's connecting.
And while he's connected.
Good morning, Mr. Shepherd. There you are. Can you unmute yourself?
Good morning, everyone. I just logged in. Apologies.
Very well. And I just admitted you, sir. It's my understanding that you'd like to give public comment in this matter.
Well, if I may, or have questions also, but yes, either way.
And you contacted the general counsel's office after 5 o'clock yesterday. Is that correct?
That's when I received the information, unfortunately. So as soon as I got it, I reached out.
That's when you just got the notice
I
that
got
was
it from
mailed to you?
Yes, ma'am. I got it from another homeowner in the area.
Very well. And you're a Timberon, you get service from Timberon, sir?
I have for a decade plus, correct.
Very well, sir. Here, if I have no objection to Mr. Shepherd's late request, I'm going to grant that late request. And Ms. Stephans?
Thank you. So we will have 3 individuals signed up for live comment today.
Why don't we go ahead with Mr. Shepherd since we have him on?
Sure.
Is that all right?
Before we get started, I wanted to go over some of the procedures. So if you're going to be giving your public comment via Zoom, we'd ask that you close your YouTube live stream while you're speaking to make sure there isn't any feedback in the hearing room. And I will call all the folks who registered for live public comment. And when your name is called, please unmute yourself and start by giving us your full name and address. Your public comment should be limited to 3 minutes. I will have a timer and I will alert you when the 3 minutes is over. And then once you've completed your comment, if you could please exit the Zoom and watch the remainder of the public hearing via the YouTube feed. The YouTube feed is available. The link to the YouTube feed is available on the Commission website. And if you feel like you have more to say that can be said in 3 minutes, we'd ask that you'd submit a written comment to the Commission by emailing that comment to prc.records@prc.nm.gov. And please be sure to include that docket number, which is docket number 23-00049 UT in your email. So without any further ado, let's start with Mr. Shepherd. When you are ready, I will start the timer.
Okay, good morning. Hopefully I won't take all 3 minutes. I do want to let everybody know it doesn't sound like we're open for questions, and which is fine. Also, I'll just make a few concerns that I have as being a homeowner there for quite some time. I've had fairly good luck with the water and sanitation department. I've reached out to them over the years a couple of times. And obviously the leadership has changed. One of my concerns, if I may, and thank you all for being here and giving me the time, even though I was a little bit late. So I want to thank you all for that. And for all of you in your positions and in your diligence in helping the owners of Timberon with the water issue. One of my concerns I want to, unfortunately, I can't ask this, but I'll bring it up and I can always write later, is I'm a little concerned about the standby fees. I understand that they've been raised. I do keep up with what's happening with the water. So the infrastructure was built for everyone to participate in that. And and I understand in New Mexico, you can't foreclose. So that creates some issues there. Where in Texas you can, but if you have the preponderance of owners that don't have buildings there and they're on standby fees and not paying those, they're paying them when they're selling the property. That's a big issue for me because the infrastructure is built for everyone to participate in that. One of the suggestions I have is I don't live there. I visit there and love it there, but I pay $65 a month on average and watched it go up over the years because the people that are paying are continually being raised. Their rates are being raised to offset the people that don't pay, that don't have homes. I would like for you to all keep in mind, if I may, respectfully, that a lot of these people that are buying these properties are sitting on them for extended periods of time, for decades and some, and their property value is increasing by thousands of %, but their standby fees and all that are minimal. So they're paying that on the lien when they sell the property. So I hope you're all keeping that in mind. I understand that another developer just went in and bought a bunch of foreclosed properties. They will sit on those. I'm sure they'll pay their fees, but the problem is we need the infrastructure. We need everyone to participate. Raising it on the people that have property, you're just punishing them. That's all you're doing. And obviously I'm one of those people. So I would like for us to find a way to either get the standby fees paid or raise them, charge them the same the same amount that I'm paying. I don't live there and I pay $65 a month. So I think that people at the end, if we can't get it now, should have to participate in the process. I hope you're keeping that in mind. We need everyone to participate. So anyway, I hope I haven't gone over my 3 minutes. Thank you all so much. Hopefully you can hear me. And I appreciate all of your hard work. And that's all I have to say. Is that okay? Could you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Terrific.
That was actually perfect timing. Thank you for your comment.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you for letting me in and all your hard work.
Thank you. So the next person who signed up for public comment was Giles Carter, and they said that they would be available via Zoom. Giles Carter, are you on Zoom?
He's joining. Ask him again.
Giles Carter, are you on Zoom?
Mr. Carter, if you're on the Zoom link, you need to unmute yourself, sir.
We can come back to Mr. Carter. The next person is, and I hope I don't butcher your name, you're Avalon Zabazabina. Are you available on Zoom?
Joining.
Avalon Zabazabina, if you are on Zoom, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, you're up for public comment. I will start your 3 minutes.
Am I ready?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. My name is Avalon and my husband and I live in Timberon, New Mexico. I would like to publicly state that we are not opposed to a rate hike for water and services here. With the increased costs of supplies, materials, and services in every part of our lives, especially these last few years, it is not unreasonable that TWSD needs more funds to keep our residents in water necessary for life with our precarious water infrastructure. In good times, we have a major leak a week or so, and in dire times, we have daily or multiple daily leaks, and this is expensive to fix. With this in mind, I do find it completely unreasonable and illogical for TWSD to plan on opening and maintaining a public recreational pool that holds 80 to 85,000 gallons of water. Water that is needed for people who live here to survive should not be sacrificed for recreational swimming. That is not sustainable between its fees and its upkeep. We need all funds in water for everyday use. All increased funds from a rate hike should be used 100% for maintaining and improving our water system. To Timberon homes, and not for a pool when we are currently running at an average 80% or greater water loss every single month. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
And I will reach out again to Mr. Giles Carter. And we were just informed that he called the Office of General Counsel to say that he's having a hard time getting into the Zoom meeting.
Does anybody know who the 505 telephone number is in the Zoom link? 412.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Stephens, does that complete our public comment, at least until we can find Mr. Giles?
Yes. So that would complete our public hearing portion. Mr. Carter, if you would like to submit your written comment, you may do so. The instructions of which were on the order scheduling public hearing. And that would conclude our public comment section.
Actually, I'm showing him again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter, if you're on our Zoom link, please go ahead and unmute yourself to give your public comment. He's not coming through. Thank you, Ms. Stephens. With the public comment portion concluded, we're ready to begin the evidentiary portion of our case today. Mr. Albright, you have a witness, sir.
Yes, my first witness that I'd like to call is Michael Hastings.
I
He may
don't
have
show
been
him on the Zoom link, sir. Do you know if he could be the call-in number?
It is possible. That would be, I believe, a number ending. Just a minute. Let me just check my.
Parties were informed in the order that I issued regarding Zoom protocol and exhibits that they were tasked with having themselves and their witnesses familiar with Zoom protocol and having the appropriate facilities not to delay the hearing.
Understood, Madam Hearing Examiner. The number may be 575-446-1001.
I have somebody called iPhone.
And that should be, oh, and I may have, it's Michael Gonzalez. I'm sorry, Michael Gonzalez, excuse me.
Very well. I will admit Mr. Gonzalez. I don't see him, Mr.
Excuse me, Madam Hearing Examiner,
Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter on the phone. Would you allow him to do public comment if we place the phone near?
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Mr. Carter,
Yes, ma'am.
you can make your comment now.
Okay, I just wanted to make this for public record is that I absolutely positively have no problems paying the monthly rate for our water bill. I currently have no problem with the increases in increasing the monthly rate in order to fix and maintain and keep the water service up, running, and so forth. My big complaint is I'm not in agreement to the standby fees. My personal opinion is instead of hurting the average individuals that reside in Timberon and that pay their monthly fee religiously and continuously going up on their monthly fee and hurting those that pay on a monthly basis religiously and hurting those individuals, the problem that I have is that there is an enormous amount of money owed by individuals that own land there in Timberon that are supposed to be paying a standby fee, and they are delinquent. They fail to pay and do not pay. My personal opinion, like I said, I have no problem paying the monthly water bill. I have no problem paying an increase if that's what it takes to maintain our services. My problem is, I believe the discount fees, as I read, we are going up in our discount fees and the reconnect fees. I am absolutely in agreement to that. Instead of it going up some 30%, I think it should go up at least 50%. One. Number two, the standby fees. That is a major issue for me. I believe the standby fee is $25. Well, the standby fee is $61 yearly. I absolutely disagree with that fee. I believe that fee should be more towards $50, $40 a month standby fee. They actually have service to their property using zero water, but we still have to maintain and take care of that service. And in my personal opinion, $61 yearly is way too little. Also, we need to increase the standby fee, and if the people are not, if these property owners, landowners, are not paying standby fees, there needs to be some huge penalties that come behind that to force their hand to pay into the system. The more people we have paying into the system, the easier it is for us people that pay into the service on a monthly basis easier. Therefore, we do not have to raise our monthly water bill. Instead, enforce the standby fees and increase the standby fees, increase the disconnect fee,
Mr.
the
Carter,
reconnect fee, and charge the individuals that are hurting and putting a drain on the system, not the people that are paying their monthly bill on a month-to-month basis.
Mr. Carter, your 3 minutes
ma'am.
is up. Would you mind concluding your public comment?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Albright, with your witness.
Uh,
Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I call Michael Gonzalez to the stand.
Melissa, would you please swear the witness?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You have to unmute yourself, sir.
And yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Gonzalez, would you please unmute yourself? At the bottom of the screen, there should be a mute and an unmute, Michael.
Mr. Albright, can we get him some technical assistance, please?
I believe, yes, I think my paralegal is on. If she could contact Michael and give him some assistance here with regard to unmuting himself. He may have his internal speaker on mute as well.
Can we go ahead with your next witness while this is getting figured out?
Yes, we can do that, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Harding?
Would call Mark Harding to the stand. I believe he may be on YouTube right now and can be made available. I see Mr. Harding connecting to the audio.
Good morning, Mr. Harding. Can you unmute yourself? Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Do you have your YouTube? If you're on YouTube, is that turned off? Albright, can we get him some technical assistance, please? Mr. Harding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
It's him.
Call your witness, Mr. Albright.
Yes, Mark, Mr. Harding, would you please state your name and your position at Timberon, please?
You want me to swear him
We
in
need to
first?
swear the witness. I just wanted you to call his full name, Mr. Albright. Melissa, would you please swear this witness?
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Albright.
Thank you. Mr. Harding, would you please state your name and your position at TWSD for the record, please?
My name is Mark Harding. I'm the interim board appointed general manager of the Water District. And I'm also a member of the Timberon Water and Sanitation District Board of Directors.
And Mr. Harding, you have before you what has been marked as direct testimony of Mark Harding. It's listed in the Dropbox as it's just a minute, please.
I'm getting some feedback from somebody, has somebody talking in the background. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, yes, you have before you what's been marked as a direct testimony of Mark Harding. It's listed as TWSD Exhibit 34. Do you have that in front of you, please?
Um,
That should be your direct testimony of April 27, 2023.
I believe I do. I don't think I have it right in front of me, but I'm okay with answering any questions.
Was your direct testimony prepared under your supervision, direction, and control with the assistance of counsel?
Yes, it was.
And are the exhibits that are related thereto within your testimony also prepared under your supervision, direction, and control?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any changes to make to your direct testimony?
No, sir.
I would like to call your attention to the first page after the cover page. You can pull up that document, please.
I'm not able to pull it up. It didn't come through apparently.
Let me read the question that is there and request a clarification. It reads at line 14, on April 20, 2023, the commission issued an order to schedule that in part scheduled a public hearing Here we go. Ms. Hurst, I think, has assisted us here. On April 20, 2023, the commission issued an order to schedule that in part, scheduled a public hearing on May 4, 2023. Also directed that the order be mailed to all of Timberon's water and sewer customers. Did you assume responsibility for coordinating that mailing? Do you see that question?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and the answer that you had was yes. And I wanted to address the fact that it states water and sewer customers. And would it be more appropriate to label that as sanitation customers? And if so, explain why.
Yes, sir. The sanitation portion of the district, all that we do in regards to sanitation is trash disposal. We do not maintain or control any kind of sewers. We don't have any sewers in Timberon. Everybody in Timberon uses septic tanks. So the only thing that the district does as far as sanitation is dispose of trash through 2 dumpsters. And we also maintain a slash pit, but I don't think that's really sanitation. But as far as sanitation goes, all we do is just trash disposal.
Okay, and that more accurately describes everyone who received the mailing, correct?
Yes.
And with that change, are there any other corrections or modifications to your direct testimony?
No, sir. No, sir.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, with that, I move for the admission of the direct testimony of Mark Harding into the record as TWSD Exhibit 33 MH.
I think you first labeled it 34.
Oh, I'm sorry, 34. Yes, Mark Harding. I was on Mr. Gonzalez. Just had taken it out of sequence. So it should be TWSD Exhibit 34 MH Direct.
Mr. Harding, when your counsel referred to exhibits to your testimony, there was an affidavit that was attached to that testimony. And then on the back of that affidavit, it sounds like there was maybe a bio section entitled "To Whom It May Concern." You wrote those things?
On an affidavit, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. That's your affidavit?
I have my affidavits right here with me, but I'm not seeing anything on it where it says to whom it may concern.
I'm asking you, sir, about your exhibits to your testimony. Your counsel has referred to you having exhibits to this testimony, and the copy that I have of the testimony has an affidavit with it.
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the back of this affidavit, it has, "To whom it may concern, my name is Mark Harding. I'm currently the director of Timberon Water and Sanitation Board, and the general manager. Both are unpaid positions." And you talk about when you took that, and then you talk about your qualification and your wife.
Yes, ma'am. That was Mr. Albright had asked me to write a short bio.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge, are those the only exhibits that are attached to this testimony?
Yes, to that affidavit. Yes, ma'am.
To
Madam
the
Hearing Examiner, to be clear, we did not label those as separate exhibits, but they are attached to his testimony.
Okay, Mr. Albright, then what exhibits are you referring to that are supposed to be attached to this testimony?
To the direct testimony, there are no other exhibits for his direct testimony.
Very well. Mr. Bagatko? Oh, Mr. Harding, if you were
Yes,
asked the
ma'am.
same questions that were posed in this direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're true and correct to the best of your knowledge with the correction that you've testified to here today?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bagatko, any objection from staff to the introduction of TWSD Exhibit 34, Mr. Harding's direct testimony as clarified by him here today?
Madam Hearing Examiner, no objection. Thank you.
Very well. Exhibit 34 is admitted. Go ahead, Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. My apologies for not having done that as well. Mr. Harding, you also have before you what should be marked as supplemental testimony. Mark Harding, on behalf of Timberon Water and Sanitation District, from May 1, dated May 1 of 2023.
Yes, sir. I have it.
Okay. And was that supplemental testimony prepared under your supervision, direction, and control with the assistance of counsel?
Yes, sir, it was.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today as were asked at the time you prepared this testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, I would.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your supplemental testimony?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, and Madam Hearing Examiner, the only change that I noticed was on page 1 where there was a period that was omitted at line 7 after the response.
Tell me again what correction that was, sir?
Yes, on page 1, after the question, have you previously filed in this proceeding? The answer was yes. I submitted direct testimony on April 27, 2028. And there was just a period that was omitted from the end of the sentence, at least on the version that I have here. Should have been a period at line 7 after the answer.
All right, sir.
And that was the only change I have. And there were no accompanying exhibits to this. There was an affidavit that was prepared by Mr. Harding.
The supplemental testimony of Mark Harding?
Of Mark Harding, supplemental testimony of Mark Harding.
Mr. Albright, I show that there are 3 exhibits, that there's an appendix.
I believe those may be in the second supplemental testimony of Mark Harding.
I'm sorry, I was referring to the caption at the top of the page. Go ahead, sir.
And at this time, I move for the admission of TWSD Exhibit 35, supplemental testimony of Mark Harding. The TWSD Exhibit 35 MH sub.
Any objection to what's been identified as TWSD Exhibit 35, Mr. Harding's supplemental testimony? Mr. Pagacco?
Madam Hearing Examiner, no objection subject to a caveat. I mean, since the supplemental testimony of Mr. Harding was filed after the April 27th deadline, and I understand it as to be supplementary of his direct, we would not object because number one, there is some useful information in there. But number two, I think the expectation then would be if that latitude is granted to them, we would expect or hope for some latitude with regard to anything that we would want to discuss in the case, including staff exhibit 3, which is really in the nature of a demonstrative, and we can cover that later, but it's there for illustrative purposes, and it's based on material representations and information from Mr. Gonzalez's direct, which we will get to later.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, TWSD has no objection to that, nor to allowing Exhibit 3 from staff, which we would agree, I think may be useful in the proceeding.
And we'll thank you, Mr. Albright. We'll deal with staff exhibit 3 when we get there. I will note for the record that the commission order to schedule public hearing issued by the commission April 19th of 2023 that set forth the initial guidelines in this case did require, as did the bench request that was issued by the commission in this case, require that certain information be elicited by Timberon, and all of that was to be included in its testimony to be filed by April 27th. And as you note, Mr. Bagatko, TWSD did not comply with that order and did in fact file supplemental testimony, not once, but twice, without asking leave of the commission to file late testimony. That being said, and trying in the interest to get as much information relevant to this proceeding for the commission, I am going to admit TWSD Exhibit 35. Go ahead, Mr. Albright.
And thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I appreciate that leniency and, or at least consideration, favorable consideration. And we were making an attempt to get as much information into the record as we could in a very short amount of time. So I appreciate that, and I apologize for not having requested permission to supplement the record. I next turn to the second supplemental testimony of Mark Harding on behalf of Timberon Water and Sanitation District, filed May 2nd, 2023. Mr. Harding, do you have that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
And was the second supplemental testimony prepared by you or under your supervision, direction, and control with the assistance of counsel?
Yes, it was.
And if we were to ask the same questions today that were asked of you at the time you prepared this second supplemental testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And for purposes, do you have any changes to your testimony to make at this time?
No, sir, I don't.
And attached to this testimony, in the second supplemental testimony, we have, of Mark Harding, we have what was listed in the Dropbox as Exhibit 30, which was 2013 Rural Community Assistant Corporation Loan Agreement. We have TWSD MH Exhibit 31, December 2, 2023 Rural Community Assisted Corporation Loan Agreement. I believe that should be 2013. And then TWSD MH Exhibit 32, which is December 2nd, 2013 RCAC loan agreement for Timberon Water and Sanitation District in the amount of $229,939. Were those all exhibits attached to your second supplemental testimony?
Yes, sir, they were.
And those were obtained by you and incorporated by reference in the second supplemental testimony, correct?
Correct.
Madam Hearing Examiner, at this time, I move for the admission of TWSD Exhibit 37 MH dash second sup of Michael Harding.
Mr. Harding, the exhibits to your testimony, exhibits 30, 31, and 32, the RUS loan information. You didn't prepare those exhibits, did you?
No, ma'am, I didn't prepare them. Those were actual loan agreements that were originally prepared by the former TWSD board and the RCAC. I would
Get them from.
These are like original documents, I guess you could say.
Okay, where did you get the documents from, Mr. Harding?
They were in our district records.
Where are those kept, sir?
in the district office here in
Is the
Timberon.
district office the same thing as the water office?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your job duties as the general manager of Timberon Water and do you have occasion to have a familiarity with the records?
Well, ma'am, I try to, as short a time as I've been here, I've only been the interim manager for about a year. And I mean, I try to be as familiar with the records as I can. Sometimes they're kind of hard to find. That's why it kind of took us a while to find these records. But yes, ma'am, I am familiar with the records here in the office.
Okay, and sir, can you verify and attest that the copies of the exhibits 30, 31, and 32 are the actual and complete documents that you purport them to represent?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Does the commission have any questions about the documents before I make a ruling? As to their completeness or authenticity?
I don't have any questions. Thank you. This is Chair O'Connell for the court reporter.
Very well. Mr. Bagatko, does staff have objection to these hearsay documents that have been attached as exhibits to the witness's testimony?
Madam Hearing Examiner, no objection, with the caveat that, you know, the nature of their discovery and inclusion in the second supplemental testimony is in the record now. And of course, if it turns out later that they are incomplete or inaccurate, we can cross that bridge when we come to it. And other than that, I would submit the same qualified non-objection to admission of the second supplemental testimony, provided it meets with your approval and we enjoy the benefit of your grace and latitude, because all this supplemental to the direct was something that we would have preferably liked to have had in hand when we filed our direct, but it is what it is. And we are more interested in getting to the bottom of this case and having as much information as possible, such as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bagatko.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have a question.
Identify yourself, Ms. Amer.
Yes. My name is Judith Amer. I'm an Associate General Counsel at the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, and I'm in the Office of General Counsel. And attached to Exhibit 30 was an Exhibit A. But that, I am not sure whether Exhibit A is part of Exhibit 30 or not. And it is, it's from the USDA, September 10th, 2013. And it states it's an application for federal assistance, letter of conditions, Timberon Water and Sanitation District, water improvements, RD loan, FY 2013, 266,000, RD Colonius grant, 3,031,000, and New Mexico Finance Authority Colonius grant, 47,152. And I would like to ask Timberon if that is a separate exhibit. Would that have a separate number, or is that part of Exhibit 30?
Do you know, Mr. Harding?
Your Honor, I don't have that on attached to my exhibit, so I'm not exactly,
It was,
I mean, I'm not opposed to,
it was part of the second supplemental testimony, and the pages begin right after the loan agreement, page 8 of 8, and then
okay. Okay, I do have it. I apologize.
So the answer is yes, that's part of the document.
is
Yes.
that's
Yes,
part of exhibit 30?
You can't talk at the same time. I need people to talk one and then the other, please. Go ahead and finish your answer, sir.
Yes, I do have Exhibit A here. It's dated September 10th, 2013. And it's an application for federal assistance, letters of condition, Timberon Water and Sanitation District water improvements, RD loan, fiscal year 2013 for $266,000, and RD Colonius grant for $3,031,000, and New Mexico Finance Authority grant for $47,152.
And was that an attachment, sir, to the original identified document? Or was that a separate document?
I believe it was all part of Exhibit 30. I mean, it all came to me as part of Exhibit 30.
All right, sir.
To the best of your knowledge, is that a separate loan and grant award?
Yes, ma'am, it would have been separate from the RCAC loan.
Do you know why it would have been attached as an Exhibit A?
Well, I would assume, ma'am, since how it's before my time, I would assume it was all part of the same project that was done at the same time.
Is there anybody that can tell us for sure and not assume?
Well, our Mr. Gonzalez could probably enlighten you more on it, but I'm almost certain that it is part of the same project. I'm certain that it's part of the same project that was done at that time.
All right, sir.
To the best of your knowledge, has Timberon received all of those funds,
Yes, ma'am, they have.
including
We haven't admitted the exhibit yet.
okay.
Anything else on the
No.
veracity, completeness?
Thank you.
After considering the witnesses' clarifications, and knowing that pursuant to the commission's 1.2.2.35 rules on evidence, commission is not strictly bound to follow the rules of evidence, and that the commission does allow hearsay testimony at times into its record for whatever probative value, if any, it might have, subject to the qualification of staff being given the latitude, including oral testimony here today on unauthorized, late filed supplemental testimony of May 2nd. With those determinations, TWSD Exhibit 35 is admitted. Mr. Albright?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. And again, just the fact that we were trying to be responsive to a number of inquiries and a lot of documents from long ago to wade through. And with that, that completes the testimonies for with Mr. Harding, and I would make him available for cross-examination at this point.
Very well, sir. What we're going to do, since this is the commission's hearing, we're going to, with pleasure, allow the commissioners to ask any questions they have of the witness before staff begins this cross-examination. Therefore, commission, if it's your pleasure, Chairman O'Connell, if you have questions, sir, for Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst. Yes, I do have a few questions. First off, good morning, Mr. Harding. I've been in your shoes before. This can be a bewildering process, especially your first time through. So I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions, and the point of it is I'm just trying to understand what's going on. So hopefully despite the formality of the setting and the weirdness of the format, that it feels as much like a conversation as it can, because that's the intention that I'm coming at this with. So having said that, my first question is, you told us you're the general manager. Could you just kind of give us a list of what your duties are as general manager?
Yes, sir. Well, the first thing I do every morning when I come in about 6:15 in the morning, and I get our water operators all dispatched for everything that they're going to be doing that day, and then pretty much the rest of the day is just making sure that everything's operating in the district, and then I have a lot of administrative work that I do throughout the day.
Yeah, thank you for that. So that how many folks work there on a daily basis?
I have a 6-man water crew with 3 water operators. We have an equipment and vehicle maintenance person, and then we have a billing clerk in the office. And then I also have several volunteers that help with some of the administrative duties here in the office.
Mr. Harding, if I could clarify, the 7 people plus yourself that you've referenced, are those people totally dedicated to the water service only, or do they perform other district duties?
Yes, ma'am, they do. Other than the billing clerk, our outside crew, I guess you could call it, they pretty much do everything in the district. They maintain the roads. We maintain a cemetery. We maintain a golf course, or we try to anyway. The roads, the water system, and I feel like I'm leaving something out.
Swimming pool?
And the parks. Swimming pool and parks. So we basically do everything that a village or a municipality would do, but we're a water district.
Do you have a allocation time system for keeping track of your revenues such that, for example, if you had an employee that spent 4 hours a day fixing a leak and then 4 hours a day mowing the golf course, that they would allocate that out? Or is it just the employee shows up for the 8 hours and just gets paid for doing whatever job task would happen during that period?
No, ma'am. It's actually a little bit easier than that. I have this, out of our 6 people that are on the outside crew, 3 of them are water operators, 2 of them are laborers, and then our vehicle and equipment maintenance guy. And the water operators and the laborers, they're just about every day, 5 days a week, 6 days a week, they're working on the water system. They really don't work on anything else. We have one laborer that he pretty much does any kind of groundskeeping or building maintenance. And then when we do try to do some road maintenance, one of our water operators is a heavy equipment operator. So a couple days a month, I have him out on the road grader doing a little bit of work on the roads, but that's pretty much the easiest way of keeping track of everything. I mean, our water operators and the water crew, they're working on the water system as far as doing reconnects, installs, repairs, line replacement, or line repair. That's what they do throughout their whole workday.
So do you, Mr. Harding, does the water district have any other sources of revenue other than the water bills?
Yes, sir, we do. We have our standby fees and then the facilities and services fees. That's what is used for the district operations for everything that we do. We also have an approved Colonias grant for $450,000 that was approved for this year. But right now, like a lot of other communities throughout southern New Mexico that have Colonias grants, the state has approved that grant, but the USDA is holding them up for whatever reasons. The USDA is holding them up, and it's not just us, it's throughout all most of the Colonias, from what I've heard from the Colonias board.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then I guess, could you just put in your own words or what your understanding is of what Timberon is asking the PRC to do in this hearing?
Well, sir, we're asking for the rate increase to allow us to basically maintain the status quo as far as maintaining the water system. With a water system that's experiencing 80 to 85% water loss in the last 18 months, we've had in the neighborhood of 75 major line breaks. Just last week, we had 5 line breaks that resulted in over 1 million gallons of treated water loss. And any kind of outside funding as far as grants or anything like that, those are all earmarked for system improvements or line replacement. Last fall, we had to take one of our storage tanks out of service because it was about to collapse and it was leaking really bad. So we had to take it out of service. So we're absent one 90,000 gallon storage tank. We have a grant that's in play right now that's to connect us to a second well source. That project is scheduled to begin construction on the 29th of this month, and it's supposed to be finished in September. So the rate increase that we're asking for is basically just to help us maintain our operations at where we're at right now. In the last year, our water crew installed 53 new service meters, which for a small system like Timberon, that's a huge jump in service meters and population to the community. In the last couple years, the cost for materials, parts and materials just to maintain the water system have increased dramatically. Right now, just the parts alone cost about $150 to $200 more for a meter install than what we're actually charging. And that's not even including the cost for labor or fuel for the backhoe or wear and tear on the backhoe, vehicle expense or anything. So with our current rate structure, we're not even generating the income from our water billing to even match what it costs to operate the district. So that's where our standby fees come in, and the F&S fees, facilities and services fees. So it's getting extremely hard to just maintain the system without even considering doing any kind of line replacement, which we can't afford to do with our operating funds anyway. So that's why we're seeking outside funding for system improvements and line replacement.
Yes, thank you. And so what will happen if you're unable to maintain the status quo?
Well, sir, that's pretty hard to answer. I mean, well, it's not really hard to answer. I mean, at some point, we're not going to be able to maintain the system. I mean, it's getting extremely hard right now to pay the district's bills as far as operating and maintaining the system with the current funding that we have through our current rates.
Yeah, I guess if you could just give me an example of what inability to maintain the system means for a customer of Timberon.
Well, sir, I would imagine at some point if we had, if we don't have the ability to purchase replacement and repair parts, I mean, the worst case scenario is we would probably be having to shut people off at certain times, you know, certain days or certain times of the day throughout the week. I mean, that's kind of the worst case scenario. And to be honest with you, with a water system that, you know, is suffering the amount of water loss that we're losing, and the amount of water line breaks, it's kind of like a worst case scenario where, I mean, we're almost there.
All right.
I mean,
Thank you.
I know it's when I volunteered to be on the board and when I volunteered to manage the district, I've lived here since 2016, and I had no clue that the water system was in the state of condition that it was. And it's kind of a scary thought for me to think what will happen if we can't maintain the system. I mean, it's basically, I mean, what do you do if you can't maintain people's supply of water? I mean, you can't maintain it. You have to. It's just a hard thing to kind of try to explain to you, being a resident and everything, that what it means if the district can't maintain the water system. It's basically, you know, I mean, I view it as Timberon could be New Mexico's next ghost town.
Okay, thank you. And then just get to my last question. Is kind of the issue that I'm struggling with when I'm trying to decide what we need to do next is, you know, Timberon's asking for interim rate relief. So raise the rates virtually tomorrow, maybe not exactly tomorrow, but in the near future. And then, I've read the testimony, I've heard what you just said, and just want to understand how raising, you know, the revenue from the rates will make tomorrow different and hopefully better than the situation you've described today.
Well, if we had an increase in rates, it definitely would make it easier for the district to be able to buy the parts that we need to maintain the system. As far as doing major repairs, we are seeking, I'm seeking any kind of outside funding that I can. I recently applied through Senator Lujan's office an appropriations request for $45 million to for line replacement and line improvement. I don't know what the chances of us receiving that are. I know we also have an application in to the Colonius board for a $650,000 Colonius grant for 2023. So wherever I see any kind of opportunities as far as seeking outside funding to do line replacement, I apply for them. But that's basically all I can do. You know, that we're basically just asking for the rate increase just so that we can operate the system and try and maintain it till we can get some additional outside funding.
Yeah, thank you, sir. That's my list of questions, and then I'll turn it over to my fellow commissioners to see if they've got any questions they have for you. So I'll start with Commissioner Aguilar.
Hi, Mr. Harding, thank you for your testimony and for your dedication to the district. I do have a couple of questions. Can you please explain how you determine the water loss percentage?
Oh, yes, sir. That's real easy. We have a treatment plant here that currently we have two water sources. We have Clarissa Springs that goes through the treatment plant and is actually run through the treatment skid. And then we have a well. Both those sources are combined at our treatment plant. And that water is metered when it leaves the treatment plant. And then we have meters on all of our customers. So the way we determine the water loss is the metered amount of water that leaves the treatment plant minus the metered water that is sold to the customer. And that's how we come up with our water loss numbers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. And is there a certain portion of the system that you believe is experiencing a higher water loss percentage? Or how would you explain how the system is working overall?
We've identified, I believe, like 15 sections of pipe that break consistently, routinely almost over the past few years. As a matter of fact, I have the guys out working on a line break right now in an area of pipe where in the past year it's blown out, I think 6 times. But basically what it is when the developer originally began construction of the water system and developed the lots and everything back in the late 60s, early 70s, a lot of the pipe that he installed was Schedule 20 or other substandard pipe. Our crew replaced about 150 feet of pipe last week as part of 2 different blowouts. And that pipe was actually PVC irrigation pipe. It wasn't even Schedule 20 or 40. It was just irrigation pipe, not rated nearly for what the pressures are that we have up here. But we have leaks throughout the whole system, to be honest with you. I mean, Timberon's about 40 square miles. We have about 115 miles of water line. And to be honest with you, you could just about throw a dart at the map of Timberon and you'd probably hit a water leak. I mean, they're all over. They keep the water crew pretty busy.
Okay, thank you. And so you mentioned that some of the sections break routinely. Is this something that you're repairing and then it breaks again, and then you're repairing and it breaks again? Or is it a different break than the one that you repaired? I'm just trying to understand.
No, it's the crew will go in, they'll replace it, they'll put in a new section of pipe, and it's basically, I would say those areas are, each one of those areas are probably a mile or so in length, and they'll break it one spot in that mile, and then a month or two later they'll break maybe 100 yards away from there. It just kind of continues up through those whole sections of pipe. And basically to repair those, it would to replace those sections were, you're basically talking replacing maybe a mile at a time of pipe, which is way beyond the ability of the district to fund that in-house. I mean, we can go in and replace where the leak is itself, but to really solve the problem, we have whole sections of pipeline that need to be replaced. And we don't nearly generate the kind of money that it would take to replace that much water line at one time. So that's why we have to go seek outside funding as far as grants and whatnot.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned some of the materials, including PVC, and I'm just wondering what materials you're saying that you're using. Maybe I got a little bit confused as to whether you were referring to the PVC as what is originally installed, or is that the material that you're using? And
no, we when we do a repair on a water line, we use Schedule 40 PVC pipe, which is what we use in repairs. I had to have the crew do a line replacement. It was about pretty close to 500 feet that they had to do down one road. And when we do any kind of line replacement, which the district has never really done before until just recently, the one that I had the crew do, and we used HDPE pipe on that, which is a lot stronger pipe than what's currently in the ground now. And we have a project, I mentioned a project earlier where we're going to be connecting well number 2 to the treatment plant. All of that pipeline is going to be HDPE. So yeah, whenever we try to do any kind of new line replacement or line, we use HDPE. But as far as doing the repairs, we have to repair it with basically better than what's in the ground, but it's PVC, not the HDPE.
Okay, thank you. And I want to ask about the sort of your customers' experience. I'm wondering, how are they impacted by the service currently? And for example, do they have it in intermittent service right now? Or I guess as far as they're concerned, they're not noticing any problems to their water.
We do have outages and intermittent outages. When we have a major blowout, we have to isolate that blowout, and it does cause outages throughout whichever area of the community that it's affecting. I have the water crews, they get on the repairs as quick as they can. Sometimes we'll have certain areas where we have to turn the water off for a few hours. Last week, we had one area that we were having to turn the water off at night so that we would prevent water loss until we could identify where we had a leak. We had one leak last week where we lost 720,000 gallons of water in that leak before we could actually find the leak. So at times people are out of water, sometimes for a day. I try to keep it to where it's, we get the water restored as soon as possible, but sometimes that's just not possible.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of when you repair a certain leak and replace a certain section of pipe, do you keep track of where that replacement occurred?
Yes, sir, we absolutely do. We keep track of it on a system, water system design prints, and recently started documenting it with GPS. So we definitely document where the leaks are. We know where the past leaks have been, and that's how we're able to identify some of the worst culprits as far as line breaks are.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my last question is with respect to the revenues that you collect for water service. And I know we already talked a little bit about sort of the employees, like allocation of time, but are the revenues from the water service going entirely to water, or is there a potential for cross subsidization to a different service from water revenues?
No, our water, the revenue generated from the water billing and the standby fees, 100% of that goes toward the water district. And we have the F&S facility and services fees. Those were originally, I guess, prior boards, when they established those fees, they were intended to be used on everything but the water system. And we try to use those fees to maintain the roads and the other community services. But a lot of that funding also goes toward the maintaining the water system.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I do have one final question. If you were to receive one of the grants, you mentioned, you have a request for even like a $45 million grant. Mm-hmm. Do you think there would still be a need for the rate increase? And I'm wondering if, these repairs, which are very time consuming and, recurring, whether you think it would, a grant that's that large would still require the rate increase.
Well, I guess the best way I could answer that is when we apply for a grant or an appropriations, or for example, the ICIP that we applied for last year. The legislature declined to fund our ICIP. The USDA is currently holding up our Colonius grant from 2022. We have an application in for a second Colonius grant for 2023. And the Colonius board, they haven't approved any of the 2023 Colonius grant applications. So that funding is up in the air. the funding, the $45 million that I applied for through Senator Lujan, I did receive an email from his office that it's being considered in the appropriations subcommittee. But I mean, when we apply for outside funding, there's no guarantee that when we apply that it's going to be awarded. So I mean, it's kind of hard to answer your question as far as whether the rate increase is going to be needed in the future without knowing what kind of outside funding that we're going to be awarded.
Great, thank you. I appreciate your responses. That's all I have.
Should we let Commissioner Ellison ask his questions, or do we've been going at it for an hour and a half. I don't know if we need to give the court reporter a break.
Melissa, shall we have a 10-minute break?
You can have a 10-minute break whenever you'd like.
Do you have a lot of questions?
A few.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and take the 10-minute break. So we can take
Very
the
well.
time you want.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm showing 10:35. So we'll come back at 10:45 and resume the questions with Mr. Harding. I would remind people we are live streaming, so please mute or disconnect your video unless you don't want it live streamed. We're recessed for 10 minutes.
Watch it,
Very well. I believe we're back from our luncheon, from our recess. And Commissioner Ellison, I believe you have some questions for Mr. Harding.
I do. Good morning, Mr. Harding.
Good morning.
Appreciate your service. You've got a tough job. How old are the lines in the Timberon system?
From my understanding, the developer started putting them in 1969, and as he developed additional lots throughout Timberon, they added on to the water system. And it's my understanding that they completed, I would say 99% of it by about 1972 or 3 in that time frame.
I see. And what materials are those lines made of?
They're all PVC. Some of it's Schedule 40 PVC. Some of it, quite a bit of it that we're finding now that we're been repairing is Schedule 20. And I think, like I said earlier, some of it is PVC irrigation pipe, which isn't even, it's even thinner than Schedule 20. But it's all PVC pipe, and yeah, it's all 3, 4, and 6 inch. We have a section of pipeline that comes from Clarissa Springs to our treatment plant that's approximately 7 miles long. And it's a 10-inch piece of concrete asbestos reinforced pipe. Yep, that's pretty much what we got.
I see. And in order to get out of this, reactive mode that you've described, it sounds like all your time is spent on fixing leaks that crop up. In order to sort of break that cycle, is replacement of that entire original system needed in your view?
Yes, sir. It certainly is, and that's kind of the current board's goal is to replace the entire system. When I applied for the Senate appropriations for the 45 million, I phased it into a 5-year plan where the first year would be engineering to replace the system, and then the years 2 through 5 would be the actual construction and replacing the line. So it's not something that we're going to be able to do in a year or two's time. It's going to take years to do it. And without without being able to get a substantial amount of outside funding, you know, something more than just a $500,000 grant or a $600,000 grant. That's those size of the grants really don't go very far as far as replacing line. That's, you know, $1 million grant that would only replace maybe 10 miles of line. So I mean, it's a huge undertaking when you consider the amount of pipeline that we have and the total area that we service and the number of lots that we service and everything.
What is the cost to replace the system in your estimate?
Well, sir, the current tie-in project that we have to tie in our well number 2, the cost to do that project, engineering, materials, and construction costs, those costs came out to approximately $90 a foot to replace the line. So I took that $90 a foot figure and that's multiplied that by the 115 miles of line that we have. And that's how I came up with the $45 million appropriation request that I did through Senator Lujan's office. So I'm thinking right now 45 million, but to be honest with you, 5 years from now, that number could probably, I would imagine, would be, you know, could be 50, 60, 70 million dollars even. It's just really hard to kind of guess how much it would cost 5 or 10 years from now.
So, Mr. Harding, if you were doing the work a little bit at a time, a section at a time with your own labor, you would mainly be looking at the cost of the pipe itself. Is that correct?
Well, no, because if we do any kind of replacement over 1,000 feet, then we have to involve the engineers. It basically has to be constructed out or contracted out according to the New Mexico Environmental Department. So we really can't do a whole lot of replacement in-house other than some short pieces that we really need to do on like an emergency basis.
I see, but you do have some latitude as when there's a leak, how big of a section do you cut out and replace? You do have some choice in that issue.
Yes, sir, we do, as long as it's, you know, not too big of a section, you know. Last week, we had 2 leaks on one street, one section of pipe, and we replaced about 50 feet of pipe on that leak. And then about a quarter mile away from that leak, we had another blowout the next day, and we replaced 100 feet of pipe on that. And that was both 6-inch pipe. So when we have to do repairs of that size, it's pretty expensive for the district to do that. I mean, it cost us quite a bit of money, just the materials to replace even a short section like that. I mean, we're talking, right, you know, several $1,000s on each one of those repairs, not counting the labor or repairing the street now.
you mentioned that you did receive that $3 million USDA grant that was mentioned in the in that 2013 document. How was that? How were those funds used?
Those funds were used to put in 17 different flow stations and a bunch of pressure reducing valves to, and they were all connected to our SCADA system. And that allows our water operators to monitor water flow throughout the system and to control our water pressures throughout the mains.
Does that assist you with locating the leaks, the major
Yes,
leaks?
sir. When they installed the flow stations, what they did is they divided Timberon up into 16 different zones. And those flow stations allow us to, through the SCADA system, to identify which zone where the leak is. And then our water crews have to actually go out and try to find the leak. A lot of times when we do have a leak up here, community members report it because of the area, you know, Timberon being a mountainous and heavily wooded area. It's a lot of times when we're out looking for a leak, we may not necessarily be able to see the leak because it doesn't surface. Or it's a community member will call into the office and say, hey, we have a leak over on such and such a street. So we try to get our guys out and get that leak isolated and repaired as soon as we can.
Are the rates that you're proposing here based on your costs?
Yes, sir, they are. They're
So, for example, you mentioned that that the service hookup, that even I think it's $150 new proposed service hookup fee would not completely cover the cost of the labor and everything required. Is that correct?
currently our new service meter installation charge is $1,081, I believe. And the parts are loan to do a new service right now cost about $1,100 just for the parts. So right now when we do a meter install, we're losing money on that. It doesn't even pay for the labor or wear and tear on the equipment, the fuel. Yeah,
and so
that's kind of where we're at on that.
The new proposed rate of $1,500 would allow you to cover your cost on that new service hookup?
Yes, sir.
And with the water cost, you've got this increasing scale from, a little over $4 per 1,000 gallons, I believe. Is that covering your costs of pumping and treating the water?
Yes, sir. I guess you could say it basically does, but then if you factor in the 80% water loss, which you know, when I say 80% water loss, it's kind of, a lot of people really have a hard time grasping that. But when, for every 5 gallons of water that leaves our treatment plant, only a gallon of it's actually getting to the customer. So we're losing 4 out of 5 gallons through water leaks. So that, it actually cost us a lot more than the $4.10 1,000 to produce that water.
So if that's true, that it doesn't sound sustainable, then if you're losing money on every 1,000 gallons you supply, that doesn't sound like that would be a sustainable business model.
Well, sir, it actually isn't. That's kind of the dilemma that we have.
And I guess, you know, my last question is, do you see being able to operate the system like this as being something that can be continued indefinitely, you know, reacting to, you know, all the leaks that crop up on the system without, you know, really being able to do preventative maintenance to start, you know, reducing the number of leaks and getting ahead of the problem, you know, as these pipes age, wouldn't you expect to see even more leaks crop up?
To be honest with you, yes. I mean, it's what all we're able to do right now is to be reactive. It's with the funds that we generate through our various charges. All we're able to be is reactive. We don't have the funding in-house to be proactive, and that's why the current board and myself are seeking as much outside funding from any source that we can get it from. I mean, I'm trying my best to find any kind of outside funding that I can. So I hope that kind of answers your question. I mean, it's really hard to describe to people that don't live here the dilemma that we're in here in Timberon. It's really hard to describe.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
If there,
It sounds like that's concluded the commissioner question, so I'll turn it back over to you, hearing examiner.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bagatko, any cross-examination for Mr. Harding?
Yes, please, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Harding, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I am fine. I am the attorney for the New Mexico Public Regulation Utility Division staff in this case. And I do have a couple questions for you. First, just to clarify, you mentioned SCADA before. And I take that that's an acronym. Do you know what that acronym stands for, just for clarity of the record?
I don't know exactly what the manufacturer's name for it is, but what it is it's a monitoring system that monitors the flow meters and the PRVs that we have in the system, and it's all tied into the controller at our treatment plant so that it ties everything in. And it also ties in monitoring of our different storage tanks so that our water operators can monitor the system from the treatment plant and also remotely through laptops from their, they actually have laptops at home where they monitor them at night. And if there's a line break or something like that, or any kind of other issue, it sets off an alarm so that the operators, when they're not working during the day, they'll get a notification that there's something wrong.
And if I represent to you that SCADA stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition, does that seem proper or believable to you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the SCADA system is what is allowing you to determine the level of leaks on the water system, which from testimony I'll represent range from 70 to 84 to now 85%. Does that meet with your recollection? And is that accurate?
The SCADA doesn't actually, well, yeah, it tells us, gives us an area where the leak's at. And if we start losing water level in our main tank, tank number 2, it'll alarm on the system. But the way we actually determine the water loss is through meter readings, and that's separate from the SCADA system.
Okay, Mr. Harding, did you have an opportunity to read the direct testimony, excuse me, the rebuttal testimony filed by Richard Martinez in this case?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Well, let me approach it a different way. Do you recall the March 3rd, 2023 Board of Directors resolution that has been an issue of discussion in this case?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, there was a
noise from outside the office. I couldn't hear.
I'm sorry. There's a Board of Directors resolution that came out, I believe, on or about March 3rd, 2023. And in it, it talks about the system suffering losses in the range of 70 to 84%. Does that meet with your recollection?
Yes.
Can you tell us how long the system has been suffering? Let's start with at least 70% water losses.
Okay. What I've learned since I've been on the board and being the manager, our engineering firm, Bohannon Houston, they did a preliminary engineering report for the district in 2019. And at that time, that's when they identified the water system loss at 70%. And since that time, the previous managers were tracking the water loss the same way we do now through meter readings at the plant, at the treatment plant, where the treated water goes into the system, and then deducting the actual customer meter readings. So that's how they've been tracking it since 1970. And I mean, since 2019, when it was 70%. And it, over that 4-year period, it's been increasing from that 70% to the 85%. It was 83.9% last month. It varies from month to month, but it's right now, I'd say for the last year, it's averaged between 80 and 85%.
And for clarity, would you please repeat the name of the engineering firm you just discussed?
It's Bohannon Houston Engineers.
And where are they out of?
HI is they're commonly known. And
okay, and are they out of Albuquerque or somewhere else?
Yes, sir. They have a office in Albuquerque. The office that we use is in Las Cruces. I believe they're based out of their corporate offices in Denver, I believe.
All right, thank you. And
Mr. Pagacco, where are the minutes that you're referring to?
Board of Director minutes, we did attach as an exhibit, staff exhibit 1 to Mr. Martinez's direct testimony. And I believe they are also featured in Mr. Gonzalez's direct testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Harding, getting back to Bohan and Houston, they are currently under retention by Timberon Water District, correct?
Yes, sir, they are. They're the engineers on our well number 2 tie-in, and then they're our engineer. I guess you could say they're on retainer.
Okay, fair enough. So if you need to call them in to do some work on the system, they're just a phone call away. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, they are.
And you recall earlier, you talked about how the water system wants to shift over from being reactive to something different. Is that a fair description of your position?
Yes, sir. We would love to be proactive. I mean, ideally, that's the way to operate a water system, is to be proactive, where we can go out and do line replacement where we know that we have problem areas. But with the funding that we have right now, all we can do is just be reactive. I mean, we just don't have the financial ability to be proactive without outside funding through grants or appropriations or like that.
All right, fair enough. But thinking prospectively and in line with what you've discussed in terms of seeking grant monies and what you seek in terms of interim relief in this case, have you had any discussions with Bohan and Houston about developing a work plan or commissioning a new engineering evaluation that would conceivably put you in better footing to be more proactive in terms of how you deal with this going forward?
We have talked to them, but then again, it gets back to the funding. It's anytime, if we were to do another preliminary engineering report with them, you're talking probably a couple $100,000 to do that. And that's just not, our annual budget here at the district is right about $1 million. So, coming up with $100,000 out of our local funding, that's just not possible.
All right.
Mr. Harding, are you aware of the history of Timberon Water and Sanitation District and whether or not they haven't gotten hundreds of thousands of dollars in the past to have these surveys?
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of those?
Yes, ma'am. I know that they have done some of them. Yes, I'm aware of them.
So what happened to all that money that was spent on those plans? Were they ever acted on?
Some of them were, as far as that was part of that was done through the USDA loan and everything. So, yep, the district has done some work, but they have done some work, as much as we've had funding to do.
But have there been plans that you've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on that haven't actually resulted in construction of new lines or systems for the water system?
Yes, ma'am. I think, in my opinion, that previous boards were more focused on coming up with additional water sources to supply the system and weren't so concerned about the water loss. It was just, well, let's come up with another water source and don't worry about the water loss because we can, just pump it out of the ground later. That's not a plan for the future. If your plan for the future is let's just come up with a second or third well and not repair the lines. Not repairing the lines that's not sustainable. I mean, I totally agree with all of you. But replacing lines other than, maybe 100 feet here or 100 feet there, that's all we basically can do in-house. We don't have the in-house funding to go out and replace 5 or 10 miles of water line a year. We don't have that funding.
Go ahead, sir.
With that said, Mr. Harding, and this is John Bagacco again for staff. If your ship were to come in, so to speak, and you had a bunch of grant money dumped in your lap and you got some sort of interim rate relief from the commission, would you be able to commit on behalf of Timberon Water to at least come up with a plan, to get a plan so that this money could be intelligently deployed to address high priority areas of the system and to go from there to sort of hopefully bring it up to spec?
Absolutely. I have talked to the engineers at Bohannon, Houston, and they are aware that we have in-house identified our most troubled areas, and that would be the first areas that we would tackle.
So in-house, sorry. So in-house, you have a priority list, but you would also want to see what the engineers came up independently, correct?
Correct.
And so one of your first phone calls, if somehow or another you get the funding you're seeking, or even part of it, would be a call to Bohannon, Houston, if I understand you correctly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. Let's go back to your second supplemental testimony filed on May 2nd, 2023, which has been marked as TWSD Exhibit 37, Mr. Harding. I hope you have that in front of you now.
I don't know if I did. I think Mr. Gonzalez may have gotten that.
Well, it's something, this is your
But I'll do my best.
All right, let's just try our best then. I'm going to go back to what we were talking about before to some extent preliminarily in this proceeding. And that's in reference to Exhibit 30 that's attached to your second supplemental. And like my colleagues, I am interested in Exhibit A that is attached to Exhibit 30. And I'll represent to you that Exhibit A appears to be a letter, a document from USDA dated September 10th, 2013 to Mr. Joseph Mainello, Mainello, who was the chairman of Timberon Water and Sanitation District. Does that meet with your recollection, Mr. Harding?
Yeah, I've heard of him. I don't know him personally, but like I said, I've only lived in Timberon since 2016. So.
All right, well, here we go. So talking about Exhibit A that's attached to Exhibit 30, that's nestled in your second supplemental testimony, I'd go to page 2 of Exhibit A. Okay. And I note down there at the bottom, there's a section and it's with the heading 1, Project Budget. And I'll represent that it reads as follows. Funding from all sources has been budgeted for the estimated expenditures as follows. And there's a column for project cost and a column total budgeted. What I'm interested is going 3-4 rows down to what's titled basic engineering, and it has a budgeted amount of $182,684. And I believe you can see that on the screen here in a moment. Madam Hearing Examiner is working to pull that up.
I can see it on my papers, yes.
Okay. First question is, as part of that basic engineering, if you know from your current position there at TWSD, are there any engineering reports or analysis or anything else in documentary format or other format that could be tied to that basic engineering category with that $182,684 price tag?
Yes, sir. We do have we do have the documentation for that. That was a different, if I know, to the best of my knowledge, that was a different engineering firm than Bohannon Houston. I believe the company name was Engineers Inc. But yes, we do have for the project that was done with those funds. That was all like our, from my understanding, that was for the construction of the flow stations and some PRV work. And then I believe they also did some work up at Clarissa Springs.
Do you recall whether or not that engineering report from Engineering Inc. had any sort of general discussion or analysis of the system as a whole as part of its specific mandate?
To be honest, I haven't seen those engineering reports. I haven't seen anything that far back.
Excuse me, if you have any engineering documentation that relates to basic engineering as reflected in page 2 of Exhibit A to Exhibit 30 to your second supplemental testimony, is it possible for you to locate that and at least provide a copy of it to staff, Mr. Harding?
Yes, sir. I'm pretty sure that we could do that.
And if you get the gist of what I'm after, I'm interested on staff's behalf of getting an engineering snapshot through time of your water system. And this seemed to be a starting place because it's about a decade ago. And it hopefully will give us an idea of where you've been and where you are now and where you're going. I mean, in addition to what we see in your testimony, I'd like that. And if you can provide me with any Bohannon Houston engineering analyses or reports for staff to take a look at, I'd appreciate that very much. I know maybe it's a little irregular to make such a request during a public hearing, but given the exigencies of this case and staff's interest in serving the public interest with respect to your dire situation, that information would be very much appreciated.
Sure, I don't see any problem why we couldn't do that. I'll do my best to get it to you.
Mr. Albright, any objection to providing engineering studies and or plans that are in the possession of Timberon Water and Sanitation District?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I was thinking whether or not I was going to object or not. I think it is worthwhile. It does take time and energy and effort. And again, given the fact that the data is only 10, quote, only 10 years old, if we can readily find it, or if we can find it, we have no objection in providing that to staff. I would just implore the commission not to hold up a decision dependent upon getting those, since again, even that data is 10 years old if they had an engineering report. And, all of us were doing something different for the most part 10 years ago. And there's no telling, obviously the system has changed since then as well. But not to provide testimony, we would have no objection in working with staff and providing it, but we wouldn't want that to hold up approval by the commission.
Very well, Mr. Albright, you and I 10 years ago were here, but perhaps others might have actually been doing some things. Consider that a bench request. That'll be bench request 1 then, to provide those plans. I believe that it is probative to the commission to find out, especially how Timberon Water and Sanitation District has spent the money. Mr. Harding, so, well, before I leave that, provide those to the record, Mr. Albright, as soon as practicable, hopefully expediently. And I just want to ask you a question before Mr. Bagatko, you can go back. And I have your exhibit 30 on the screen, Mr. Harding. And do you see how I have, see number 4 on there, what the purpose of that loan was?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, purpose of the loan is financing for the cost of design, engineering, and related expenses of water distribution system improvements. What do you consider water distribution system improvements?
Ma'am, that would have included my understanding of what was done at that time, was to install the flow stations and PRVs. I don't believe that water distribution system improvements were for any kind of line replacement at that time.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Bagatko.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Harding, if you'll permit me to dwell just a little bit longer on Exhibit A to Exhibit 30 to your second supplemental testimony. Same page we were talking about before, which up there in the right-hand corner has a number 2. Do you see that, Mr. Harding?
Is that on page 2 or?
I take that as the page number.
Okay.
Page 2 of Exhibit A.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking right at that.
All right, thank you.
I'm kind of having a little bit of video problems with the internet, but I can hear the audio fine.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Harding. If you'll just bear with me. Go back down there to where it says number 1, project budget. And if you'll go up one line from there, do you see where it reads the conditions referred to above are as follows, and then it goes into the project budget. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when I was reading this, I went and looked for the conditions referred to above, and I saw up there in the right-hand corner, it says number 2. So I flipped back to what would be page number 1, and I see the cover page of that September 10th, 2013 letter, but I don't see any language in there linking up with that reference to conditions referred to above. So I'm wondering, is there a page 1 to this document? Am I misunderstanding this, or what's going on?
I can't give you an answer for that, sir. I mean, to be honest, yeah, I mean, I guess it's page 1. I mean, I don't know.
All right, fair enough. Where was this document located there and on the premises of Timberon?
In our records.
And how do you keep your records? And what I'm getting at, do you have like big old filing cabinets that go year by year, or how's your system set up?
Well, when I came in a year ago, this office was a mess. But since then, you know, we've done quite a bit as far as organizing files and everything. But yeah, we do have file cabinets, and then down in the basement of the building, there's a room that's has boxes of documents and everything. So it's, you know, we have to kind of go through manually to find stuff. A lot of it's hadn't been computerized or anything.
If you can tell me, Mr. Harding, how far back do the records in your records depository go? Back to 1969 or somewhere in between, if you know? No, I couldn't really answer that for sure, sir. I mean, the water district's only been a district since 1992, so I don't know that the district would have a whole lot of records prior to that. And in the short time that I've been here, as far as past records, you know, I really just
out of the 40 or 50 hours, the 50 hours or so that I'm here every week, I'm not spending a whole lot of time, to be honest with you, on going through past records.
Fair
I
enough.
just deal with the day-to-day stuff.
Well, someday when you get the chance and you have the time, do you intend to maybe get those records in better shape, Mr. Harding?
If I can. I mean, there's only me and the billing clerk and a volunteer that comes in a couple days a week, and she has gone through and tried to straighten out a lot of the records, but I mean, I can only do so much.
Okay. And earlier you said, it sounded like you said records only go back to 1992 when you became a water and sanitation district. Am I recollecting that right?
I mean, I would assume that we don't have any records prior to that because, you know, it wasn't a water district.
Okay.
I mean, I can't swear to you how much of the records are here. I really don't know.
It's all right. Earlier you talked about.
Just a second, Mr. Bagatko. Mr. Harding, do you know whether or not the predecessor company, Timberon Water Service Company, whom Timberon Water and Sanitation District purchased the assets? Do you know whether or not any of that company's records are contained at the district?
That would be the Timberon Property Owners Association. And the woman that volunteers here, she has shown me where we do have some of those records, but I mean, I couldn't tell you what all's in them. I really don't know.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bagatko.
Mr. Harding, you at least know about the water system design prints, which I believe you talked about earlier. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I have some of those system prints right here in the office. And then I have some of them that are stored on the computer here that were hand drawn from previous water operators.
So the provenience of those documents, do those go all the way back to 1969 when this thing was first designed and put in the ground, or are they somewhat in the middle?
I haven't seen any kind of prints that the original developer had that were design prints, no.
So when you say water system design prints, what are you specifically contemplating when you use that term then?
Well, my past experience as a contractor putting in electrical power lines and telephone lines, fiber optic, they're nothing compared to what the prints I had when I was working before I retired. So to be honest with you, the system design prints that I've seen and that our water crews work on are nowhere near what I would call professional design prints.
Are those
that's part of the problem that we have up here, because there has been times, even last week, where we found a leak on a water line that our water operators didn't even know existed. So that is an issue.
Mr. Harding, are those water system design prints subsumed or referenced or incorporated in any way to the engineering reports and analyses we were talking about earlier?
There are design prints that are in the PER and like that, yes. That Bohannon has incorporated into their engineering work, yes.
Thank you for that. All right, then I will leave your second I'm going to leave Exhibit 30 and Exhibit A of your second supplemental testimony and move on to some of the other pre-filed testimony you did in this case, if you just give me a moment. right, I'm going to talk about now, Mr. Harding, your supplemental testimony that was filed on May 1st, 2023, and which has been marked as TWSD Exhibit 35.
I don't believe I have that one.
Well, you want to just try to work
If
with
I
me?
might, Mr. Bagacco, assist here, Mr. Harding, that relates to the pertaining the rate increase for Timberon, your Colonius board meeting and so forth, if you have that somewhere.
Okay, was that in the original notice?
It was filed on May 1st, 2023. Makes reference to those other events there, but it's fairly short, just a couple of pages. You should have it somewhere there. I think Ms. Hurst has put it on the screen to assist.
Are we ready to go?
I'll try. I don't have that document.
Okay, well then, it's not a whole lot, but okay, referencing your supplemental testimony filed on May 1st, 2023, I'd look at page 1 up there, lines 2 through 5, and you discuss that you are presently a director of TWSD on the board of directors, and you're also the appointed general manager of the district.
Correct.
And those are fairly recent developments, correct?
I became a board member of in February of last year, and the interim manager of the district in May of last year.
And can you tell us what happened to your predecessor or predecessors?
He quit.
And when you say he, are you talking about the manager or the person who was filling the board of directors seat that you took?
Both.
Both.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of the person who quit from the board of directors?
Richard McMullen.
And what was the name of the person who quit being the manager?
Jesse Duckett.
And do you know the reason for Richard Mulligan's quitting?
It was Richard McMullen, and honestly, no, I don't. I believe it could have been health issues, but I'm not sure. I mean,
Okay.
you'd have to ask him.
And then Mr. Duckett, do you know why he quit?
I'm hearing you
I
say we're going
believe
to
that
object
he-
to the
he
question.
just-
I mean, Mr. Harding has no firsthand knowledge that we're aware of with regard to why he quit.
Mr. Harding, you don't necessarily need to speculate. In my hearings, I don't know as a financer if you don't know, sir.
Pardon me?
I don't know if I would rather have you testify if you don't know something to that effect rather than speculate.
Okay. I don't know why either one of them quit for sure.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Harding. Do you know if and to what extent other boards of directors of the board also departed recently?
Mr. Bagatko, in the effort to move us along, what's the relevancy of this line of questioning?
Just status of the utility and where it's been and why we seem to have a new lineup in terms of leadership.
Answer if you know, sir.
No, I don't know for sure why any previous board members resigned.
Earlier, do you recall saying how the records were a mess?
They were.
When you say a mess, does that include, to your knowledge, missing records?
Well, I know it took us quite a while to find the record of this RCAC loan So yes, sir, they were in a mess. I mean, when a year ago, when the former manager quit, we came in and there were boxes laying around the office with records in them, with invoices in them. So it was a mess.
To your knowledge, do you know if any of the recently departed leadership took any records or other property of the water utility with them when they left?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't know.
Thank you for that, Mr. Harding. And then I will move on now, if you'll bear with me, to your direct testimony. And I'm looking at page 1 of your direct, down there on lines 14 through 18.
Okay.
And you recall earlier, you changed the word sewer to sanitation when you did corrections, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And thank you for that clarification, because it's now my understanding that all the residences out there are on septic tanks. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you talk about sanitation, that's trash collection service, correct?
Correct.
Is that something that's billed with the water bills, or is that billed separately?
No, there's a separate charge for trash services. That's it's part. It goes out with the monthly billing.
So the trash services is a line item on the monthly bill that also tells people what their water bill is?
Yes.
Do you account for and segregate the revenues collected for trash service separately from the revenues collected for water services?
Yes.
And down there at the bottom of page 1, lines 26 through 27, you state, not including the volunteer hours, comma, the total cost of the mailings came to about $4,000. Did I recite that correctly?
Yes, sir. At the time that I made those statements, that's what I believe the costs were about.
Is there a more accurate number than $4,000 that you could testify about now?
Yes, because we have gotten the billing for the printing, the envelopes, the printing, and the postage. So it came out less than the 4,000.
Thank you for that. Can you tell me why, rather than filing for interim relief in this case, TWSD didn't just resubmit its advice notices as contemplated by the Commission's February 14th, 2023 order suspending proposed rates and for staff response?
Why we... No, I can't. Pardon me?
Why you did not resubmit advice notices 18 and 19?
That would be a better question for the chairman and Mr. Albright.
All right, well, thank you. And if you just give me a moment, I think I'm almost done. I know time's of the essence here today. Regarding the application for a $45 million grant with Senator Lujan, were there any engineering analyses or reports or technical assessments submitted with that loan application package?
No.
Do you know if
it wasn't required for the application.
And with regard to any other grants that you've made, have you submitted any engineering analyses or technical readouts of the water system in support of those applications?
to some degree, all the grants do require that.
And then if you'll permit me a little cleanup here, earlier you talked about irrigation pipe being used in the system. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And it's your belief, if I'm correct in my understanding, that that irrigation pipe was probably put in the ground during the period 1969 to 1972 with the original build. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir. Give or take a year, maybe.
And was irrigation piping of that nature, was that up to specification in 1969 or 1972, if you know?
Well, I'm sure specifications didn't call for irrigation pipe to be used for a potable water system at that time.
Okay.
I'm not a water engineer, so I couldn't give you the exact answer to that, but I'm pretty sure that it wasn't to specification then.
And it's fair to say then that it certainly is not up to spec now, correct?
Correct.
And you're replacing it with what you called HDPE. Do you recollect that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what HDPE stands for?
It's high density polyethylene.
Thank you. And can you tell us, if you know, to what percentage of line in the system has now been replaced with HDPE?
I can tell you it's about 375 feet out of approximately 115 miles.
And HDPE is up to specification, is it not, Mr. Harding?
Yes, sir.
Well, with that, and given our crunch on time, I conclude my cross. I thank you for your attendance and participation today, Mr. Harding, and I would pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Gatko. Mr. Harding, I have a few questions for you. I'd like to clear up some information for the record. I think I've heard you testify more than once this morning that there's 115 miles of distribution pipe. Is that correct?
As far as my knowledge goes, that's correct. That's what I've seen on engineering reports. I've seen anywhere from 95 miles to 175 miles. But from what our water operators have told me and what I've been told, probably the most accurate is about 115 miles.
Okay. Did you go back and look at, or are you familiar with the last time the Timberon Water and Sanitation District was here for interim water rates? Case number 10-00366. Do you know anything about that case?
No, Your Honor, I don't.
There was some testimony during that interim rate hearing from a Dr. Moore, who testified that there were 178 miles of distribution line.
Well, I don't know who Dr. Moore is, but there might be 178 miles of road up here, but I don't believe that there's 178 miles of water line.
Okay. Were you a board member? Well, before I go there, you've indicated in that little paragraph that we talked about earlier to your testimony that you talked about your prior work experience.
Mm-hmm.
A retired electric power line and communication system construction contractor, correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in the first paragraph, you said you're the director, a director of the board and the general manager, correct?
Correct.
And you say both are unpaid positions?
Yes, ma'am. Both of them are. I'm volunteering 50 to 55 hours a week. for since February of last year.
I understood that the board positions were unpaid positions. Is typically the general manager of Timberon Water and Sanitation District an unpaid position?
No, ma'am, the last manager was paid.
So you haven't been paid in the time that you have volunteered for that position?
No, ma'am, not a cent.
You indicated in answering one of the questions to the commissioners earlier here today, I believe that rates were based on costs. Was that your testimony?
Yeah.
How did you determine that, Mr. Harding? All I can find in the testimonies was some board minutes, I believe from October of this year, where a board member made a motion to increase rates 30%, and that was approved. So explain to me how your proposed rates were determined.
To the best of my knowledge, we have a volunteer finance committee, and between the finance committee, our board treasurer, and the board chairman, that was the rates that they came up with.
Okay, so that's the rates they came up with, but do you know what they used to come up with those rates?
I know that they used the past year's budget, this year's budget, and what they estimated would be needed for the prior year or years. And that's how they determined that number.
So there wasn't any kind of cost of service study or anything like that to determine what the rate increase should be, was there?
Not that I know of, no.
And in looking at these minutes from Monday, October 3rd, 2022, were you a board member and or the water manager at that time?
Yes, both positions.
Okay, well, there's a category called general manager's report in those meetings. And it says 4 new meters installed, 4 pending. 3 roads filled and graded, but the graded, and I think it means greater, blew 3 tires and will be down for repair till Wednesday. Monthly well reading total outflow 4,646,000 gallons, 1,947,000 sold, 2.6 million gallon loss. That's 58%, 58.1% loss. Down 22% with the shutting down of tank 3.
Yes.
Do you remember giving that report?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it doesn't sound like to me then that water loss has been on a monthly basis in excess of 70% if you're reporting that it was 58%. Was it?
Right, that's when we took that tank out of service, it dropped it down. That tank was leaking severely, but prior to that, it was leak, the water loss was around 80%. And right after taking that tank out of service, it climbed back up. So I guess maybe that, I'm not a water engineer by no means, but I guess you could say that leaking water tank was a pressure relief valve for the system. And once that tank was taken out of service, our water loss dropped for a month, but then it increased, it went right back up.
Do you know why?
Because of leaking lines, blowouts, whatnot.
As part of your duty, sir, either with the board or as the general manager, did you prepare the notice that gets sent to the Timberon customers?
No, I didn't actually prepare the notice. No, that was done by our chairman and our attorney, Mr. Albright.
Okay, I'll ask them that question then. But since you did testify in your original testimony about the notice, I wish you could clarify for me, sir. You indicate on page 1 of that testimony that I know you don't have, but you say on April 27th, 2023, Timberon mailed out approximately 900 mailings to all ratepayers. Yeah. You remember saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
So I've seen various numbers in the documentation for how many customers that Timberon actually has.
Right.
Do you think you could clarify? This one basically said you sent out 900. So does that mean, do you have 900 customers?
Yes, ma'am, close to it. We have as of May 1st, we have 570 active meter customers. And the rest of that, close to 900, would be inactive meters, people that have had their meter disconnected. And then when they return, like in the summertime, there's a lot of people that have water connections at their houses up here, but a lot of them don't live here year round. So that would be the additional to the 570 active customers that we have now, are ones that
330
people,
approximately 330
pardon me? Yes, ma'am, that'd be about accurate.
Okay, and these inactive people, do they pay a monthly 0 gallon charge?
No.
So inactive don't pay anything?
No, ma'am.
How many standby do you have? Is that included in the 900?
No, the standby customers are.
Don't you have like 4,000?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's actually maybe a little higher than that. I don't have the exact number.
Consider that a bench request, Mr. Albright. We want to know exactly how many standby customers they have. I believe, Mr. Harding, that you have testified that the revenues from the standby customers and the revenues from the active customers that's the total amount of revenue that you'd be getting from your customers for water service, correct?
For water service, correct. And we also have a facilities and service charge that goes towards the non-water services. But part of that is also used on the water system also.
Oh, you use the facilities money for water also?
Yeah, it was a board decision that a past board decision that those funds could be used basically for the water system or the non-water costs.
Okay, and am I correct, sir? Standby customers only pay once a year?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's $61 and $61.50, I think.
And that's basically for the privilege of having the line run by their property?
Yes, ma'am. Or for the privilege of being able to connect if they so choose.
Okay. And the inactive customers, if they're not paying a monthly charge, are they paying a standby charge?
I believe I believe the water rules is if they're an inactive customer for over a year, and I may be wrong on this, it may be longer than a year, then they return to standby customer status.
Okay. I want to go back to the rates. I don't have my calculator out, but do you know what the projected revenue increase is that you and the board hoped to gain by this interim rate increase?
In an exact dollar amount?
Yes, sir.
I don't have the exact dollar amount.
Usually that's the way it's done, sir, is that when there's projected amounts for rates, you come up with an amount of revenue that you expect to gain from these increases. Do you know that amount?
The exact amount? No, I don't.
So really all the commission knows about your revenue picture generally at this point is there's some testimony that you're spending or you're only taking in 40 to 42,000 a month, but you're spending 80. Is that correct?
It varies, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Well, you tell me if it's different.
Some months it may be that, not all months, no.
And I wasn't quite, go ahead, sir. You were going to tell me
No,
something.
I was going to say, I can get you those numbers though. I just don't have them right here in front of me. You know, and I don't want to tell you something that I don't know exactly.
I appreciate that, sir.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Albright.
That may be a question that can be answered a little bit better by our other witness here, by Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, that's kind of what I was thinking. That's why I didn't issue a bench request, Mr. Albright. So I'll move on here, Mr. Harding. So you've indicated that you lived in the district since 2016, and that you were unaware of the state of the water district. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I believe a lot of people that live up here and own property up here were unaware of the state, the condition of the water system.
Well, in just in your time then, since you've been on the board of directors and you've been a general manager, have you come to know the history of the water and sanitation district?
I have to quite a degree. I mean,
Well, specifically, let me ask you this. Were you aware that Timberon Water Service Company first got its certificate of convenience and necessity to operate in that area back in 1983? Were you aware of that?
I believe that's about correct, about the time frame that I've been told, yes.
Okay, that was case number 1746 here at the commission. And then approximately 6 years later, Timberon Water Service Company filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Were you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am, that's what I've learned.
And then approximately in case number 2319 here in 1990 with the commission, there was an investigation because there was some questions about the owners having liens on utility property. Were you aware of that?
No, ma'am, I didn't. I'm not aware of that.
Also in 1990, as part of the investigation in case number 2355, there was a rate case that staff was assisting the trustee in filing. And then 3 years later, in case number 2520, was the sale and abandonment case from the Timberon Water Service. And that's when the Timberon Water Service or Timberon Water and Sanitation District came into being. Were you aware of that?
I don't know all the exact circumstances and how the district came to be, but I am aware that it became a water district in 1992, yes.
Actually, it became a water district in 1990, according to the documents that were submitted to the commission in case number 2520, Mr. Harding. So would you be surprised, Mr. Harding, if I told you that the commission was aware back in the 90s through testimony and information that it received in these cases that the water system was in bad shape then? When
no, it wouldn't surprise me.
Over?
Pardon me?
That the system was in bad shape when Timberon actually took it over from Timberon Water Service in 1993.
Your Honor, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
So with that being said, carrying on later, 2007, Timberon Water Service or Timberon Water and Sanitation tried to file Chapter 7, but they didn't meet the requirements. 2008, they filed a rate case, which they withdrew. Also in 2008, and of note, in case number 08-00365, the commission held a meeting, formulated a resolution, and sent a letter to the Attorney General talking about the state of Timberon Water and Sanitation District and asking for the Attorney General's assistance in the inadequate infrastructure and capital issues with Timberon. Mr. Harding, do you know if anything ever came of that?
No,
Or are
Your
you
Honor,
aware of that proceeding?
No, Your Honor, I'm not, and no, I don't. I'm not aware of what came about.
Okay. Then we come up to 2010. That's case number 10-00366. That's the one I referenced earlier about the last time Timberon was here for its emergency rate petition. Are you familiar with that case, sir?
No, Your Honor, I'm not.
The commission actually granted the interim rate subject to a type of refund dependent on a permanent rate case, which was 12-00193, but not enough protests were filed in that case, and the commission dismissed that case. Are you familiar with that case?
No, ma'am.
Okay, there was some testimony, Mr. Harding, so Mr. Harding, would you conclude from the history that I've just given you that Timberon has always had infrastructure issues?
I would agree with you. Yes, ma'am.
And in one of the testimonies, and it's fine if you don't know this, but since you've been general manager, we have advice notices 18 and 19, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you be surprised if there were frequent advice notices in the past that have been filed by Timberon, in addition to the cases that I've related to you, but just advice notices to increase rates, say over the past dozen years or so?
I do believe that there have been, but I don't know exactly how many or what years they were applied for.
So is it fair to say that the Timberon Water and Sanitation District comes in quite frequently to file for rate increases?
It kind of sounds like that, yes.
As a general manager of Timberon Water and Sanitation District, Mr. Harding, do you have occasion to meet with your colleagues or keep an eye on what other water companies charge in their rates?
My colleagues, as far as board members?
No, sir, your water general manager colleagues. So you're the general managers for other water and sanitation or other water utilities. Do you have any idea?
I have seen some other water district rates. Yes, I have.
And do you have an opinion on how yours, Timberon Water and Sanitation District rates compare with other similar or same type service companies?
Yes, ma'am. I think I've seen rates that are higher and rates that are lower. And I've seen how some of the rates, when you compare them to ours, some of the other water systems, they're a lot smaller than Timberon, the area that we service. So their rates may be higher or lower, but yes, I have seen other district rates around New Mexico. I have.
And you're in the CD category, sir, of water classification?
I'm not sure of that definition.
Well, you're just
I'm
referencing.
not sure what you're referring to.
Well, A, B, C, D, or how water utilities are classified. And I just wondered, since you said some of the others are smaller than you are,
Mhm.
if you were referring to any particular type of classification and or company. No.
I'm not familiar with how the ABCD.
Okay, but your testimony then is you know they serve less number of customers than Timberon Water and Sanitation District. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I've seen other water companies, whether they're like mutual, domestic, or municipalities. I have seen rates that are less than ours. I've seen rates that are higher than ours.
In New Mexico?
Yes, and I've seen the size of the water systems are, they vary from system to system. I have seen those, yes.
Okay, I want you to take a look at the screen, sir.
Uh-huh.
What I've put up on the screen is some testimony from a water rate case that the commission heard last week or the week before. The case number is 23-00026 UT. This is page 11 of the prepared direct testimony of staff witness Alicia Leyba Tercero. And this testimony was admitted into evidence in that hearing. And this testimony was represented as being the rates from the commission's website of the water and sanitation companies in from the commission's website. So if you just want to take a second and look at that chart of water rates here, and you're at the very bottom of the list there, Mr. Harding. You see that you have the $50.98. I need to $50.98 customer charge, correct?
Yes,
and I
ma'am.
guess that was effective back in 2021. And take a look at that chart. Do you see anybody who has any higher rates in the state of New Mexico than
No,
Timberon?
No.
No. And actually the closest one to you is approximately $10, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess that would be South Hills.
It
Water
is.
Company.
Last month, or I guess we're in May now. Yeah, there's went into effect 3/20 of 2023. That's the highest one I saw when I looked. So that's approximately $10, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're proposing to increase your monthly customer charge by 16, correct?
Correct.
So then that would put you at $26 higher on your customer charge than any other water company in New Mexico, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You also indicated in your testimony, Mr. Harding, that you did or you had the notice posted on the website. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I was looking at your website, and one of the things I thought was kind of interesting is you had a section on there about your violations.
Yes, ma'am.
With the New Mexico Environment Department Drinking Water Bureau, and you had 4 violations, correct?
Over the past few years.
Well, According to your website, sir, it says a routine sanitary survey conducted by on July 16th of 2022, so less than a year ago, by the New Mexico Environment Department Drinking Water Bureau found. And they have those 4 violations. So are you saying those aren't new?
On the sanitary survey, there was 4 things out of, I don't remember exactly how many issues they found offhand. I don't, without looking at the survey, there were quite a few things that we had to repair or take care of.
Have those been
And
taken
there
care
was,
of?
I missed that question.
Have you taken care of those things?
Yes, ma'am, we have.
Okay, so there's not any problem with the water quality then?
No, ma'am, and we, every time we have a water leak, we have to take a sample. So every sample that I've seen that's been returned to us from the lab, they've all been approved. We had 1 violation last year and 1 violation this year where we didn't get the samples taken on time on the required date. And that was those violations. But none for the actual water quality. No, we haven't had any that I know of recently. I can't answer to what beyond the last year. I don't know.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Mr. Albright, redirect from you.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I do have just a few follow-up questions. Mr. Harding, you were asked just a few minutes ago by the hearing examiner with regard to other utilities on a list that she posted or presented. Did you notice whether or not any of those other companies were water and sanitation districts? Or
No, sir, I didn't. I believe they were all water companies.
There you go.
And so on that list, that Timberon was the only water and sanitation district that was listed.
I believe so.
Do you have belief or personal knowledge that there are rates of other water and sanitation districts that may be higher?
I didn't hear that last question.
I'm sorry, let me repeat
The
the
audio.
question.
I've lost my audio.
You know of other water and sanitation districts or mutual domestic companies that may have higher rates than Timberon? And if you don't know, that's fine.
I'm sorry, but I've lost all your audios.
Can you hear me, Mr. Harding? Mr. Harding? Mr. Harding, can you hear me? What do you want to do, Mr. Albright? There you go. Mr. Harding, can you hear me?
Madam Hearing Examiner, can you hear me?
Yes,
I can hear. I can hear now.
Okay. So the question was, Mr. Harding, are you aware whether or not there are other water and sanitation districts or mutual domestics that would have higher or comparable rates to those of Timberon?
I don't see any of them other than us that are a sanitation district. they all appear to be water companies to me. I don't see any of them that also maintain roads or do the other services that we do up here. Unfortunately, from what I've learned about Timberon Water District is that in 1992 or one, the water district was, from what I heard, what I've learned, or what I've been told, is that Timberon Water District was ordered at that time by a district judge that we would have to maintain the roads, a bunch of other stuff, the roads, the golf course, the airport, the swimming pool, cemetery, the parks. We were told that we have to maintain all of those services in addition to the water system. And when you're when you're burdened with all those additional responsibilities, it has been a drain on the ability for the water district to maintain the water system, which is basically how we have arrived in the situation that we're in now. That's my opinion.
Okay, I want to move on to other questions again for the sake of time. You were also asked numerous questions about engineering study and new engineering study in Bohannon, Houston. You recall that series of questions?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any discussions with Bohannon, Houston as to what an engineering assessment today might cost?
No, sir, I haven't talked to him exactly what it would cost, but no, sir, I haven't.
Okay. When you talk about, you also were asked some questions and you talked about being smaller systems. Were you talking about smaller in terms of size, or were you talking about smaller in terms of the number of customers?
I was referring to smaller as far as the area that they have to provide water to. A lot of those water systems that you have on that list, a lot of them may only have 5 or 10 or 15, 20 miles at the most of water line. They don't have a system that is providing water to an area of 45, 50 square miles.
And is it true that Timberon has approximately 121 road miles?
I believe that's about accurate.
And so the additional mileage that may be in place are lines that would run off of the main streets. Is that where you would come up with the figure up to 170 some miles, I think was part of the testimony?
Yeah, I really don't know how they came up with that 178 miles.
Okay. All right.
We have roads within that 50 square mile area that don't have water lines. So I think the 115 miles of water line is probably way more accurate than 178 miles. I mean, yeah.
And there are areas within Timberon that are not served at present and rely upon Bach water for those service areas, correct?
Correct.
Can I clarify? You said bottled water?
Bulk water.
Bulk, B-U-L-K.
Bulk.
My
Okay.
apologies.
That's probably me.
With regard to the $45 million that was requested from Senator Lujan, or that was forwarded at least as a request via his office, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you stated the first phase of that included that it was a 5-phase process. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did the first phase, I seem to recall you mentioning that that was for engineering study or engineering development, or what was the first phase of that?
The first phase, the way I divided it was the first phase was for engineering, and I estimated about $13.5 million for engineering, and the remainder of the 45 million was for construction materials and construction.
And where did you come up with,
over another 4 years?
and so where did you come up with the $13.5 million estimate for engineering?
I basically, what I did is we have a current project that is due to start construction at the end of this month, and it's a 7,000 foot long, approximately 7,000 foot long project, and I just came up with the cost of what everything costs for that 7,000 feet, which is basically a mile almost. They're more than a mile and a half, and just did the math over 115 miles, and that's how I came up with the 13.5 million for engineering. I don't know if that would be the exact number. It may be more, it may be less.
What have you seen as far as the increase in labor costs and material costs since you've become the general manager?
I've seen our material costs just in the last year on some items gone up. They've gone up 50%. Other items, maybe 25%. The labor cost, you know, we're in contract negotiations with our employees union right now, so I can't tell you how much the labor costs are going to go up related to that. And of course, you know, insurance has gone up for the district. I mean, fuel costs have gone up. Yeah, electricity's gone up, propane's gone up. All of our costs have gone up. I haven't seen anything go down in price.
Madam Hearing Examiner, if you'll give me just a moment, I'd like to recheck my notes to see if I have any other questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harding, just one final question I have here with regard to the discussions with Bohan and Houston. Will they give you, if you ask them for an engineering estimation, an engineering study, will they give you that study free of charge, or is there a charge associated with that for the district?
Well, I'm sure they could give us an estimate. As far as a charge, I'm not sure.
I wasn't sure with the retainer. My question was toward the retainer, that you have them retained, or at least as a consultant, but I didn't know if there was a financial cost associated with that retainer, or if they're the go-to engineer for you. Can you answer?
They're our engineer of record. It's
Okay.
not, it's not a retainer.
Okay.
No.
Madam Hearing Examiner, that's all the questions I have for Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. Anything further from the commission with regard to questions for Mr. Harding?
No, thank you.
Very well. Mr. Harding, you're excused, sir.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Let's take a minute and I will ascertain the commission's pleasure. It is 12:35.
I can't hear you. Are you on the record or off the record?
We're going to go off the record right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just schedule going forward, the way we planned out today was this hearing at 9 with no defined end time. And then we have scheduled and noticed a deliberative session so we could talk with you frankly about what we heard in the hearing. And then that would roll into our weekly open meeting that starts at 2 o'clock. There's more business than this case on the weekly open meeting at 2 o'clock. So prioritizing time, I think we've got to hold that 2 o'clock open meeting. I also think this hearing needs to go, and we've started it, so it needs to go until it finishes. So my thought is, and would open for other suggestions, is go ahead and take a short lunch, reconvene this hearing. If we get past 1:30 or so, then I think the deliberative meeting gets canceled. I asking my attorneys if the fact that we noticed that we'll start at 1, do we need to start it at 1 and go into recess, or can we just keep the hearing rolling?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I think if you're anticipating canceling the executive session, issue a notice of cancellation on the website.
Okay, because at the rate we're going, there's no way we're done with this hearing by 2 o'clock.
Also, Commissioner, I have menus from El Chino and some of them to order and get them for whoever wants to order, so we can work through it.
It's up to you, Mr. Chair, commissioners. If you want to take a lunch break, we can do that. And as you've indicated, Mr. Chair, you're going to need to have your open meeting at 2. So we can recess whenever your pleasure is.
Yeah, I think I appreciate the offer of working lunch. I don't think that works for the hearing though, because frankly, keeping the court reporter sane is the big scheduling thing there, right? So I'd say let's go ahead and take a break. If half hour is long enough for the hearing examiner, then that would be my thing, is let's take a break, cancel the deliberative session, and take the hearing until 1:45. And then at 1:45, we'll either recess the hearing or, well, we'll figure out what to do at 1:45. But we will keep the 2 o'clock open meeting.
Very well, commissioners, hearing that, we're going to take a half-hour lunch break. I have that it is, let's say 12:35. So we will reconvene at 1:05 and continue our evidentiary hearing at that point. Again, you're going to leave your computer on. We are still streaming live. So we're recessed. Thank you.
Hey, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Albright.
Just a question for clarification on timing. I mean, I've been with with Mr. Gonzalez. We think we have the audio straightened away, at least. So that should not be a problem. So just schedule wise, we're going to, could you go over the schedule again here with regard to the recess and so forth?
Yes, sir. My understanding of what's going to happen is we're going to break. We're going to come back here at 5:05. We're going to hear some testimony for 25 minutes from your witness, Mr. Gonzalez. The commissioners will begin asking their questions. And then they're going to recess at 1:30 so that they can prepare for their open meeting at 2. And then we're going to be subject to when they finish their open meeting, and then we'll come back and resume our evidentiary hearing after the open meeting.
Okay, so we will reconvene then later this afternoon as well, if we don't.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
The attempt, depending on unless they're going unless the open meeting is going into the 5 o'clock hour. I'm thinking we're going to come back and try to get through today.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Madam Hearing Examiner. Appreciate it.
We are recessed. Thank you, Phil. Okay. I think we're ready. We've had our brief luncheon and I think are ready to go back from our recess. And hello there, Mr. Gonzalez. How are you?
I'm doing fine, ma'am. How are you today?
I am okay. Mr. Albright, are you ready to call? I think you've called him and he's sworn in, so go right ahead.
First of all, on the record, I just wanted to point out, Madam Hearing Examiner and so forth, for the two exhibits that we'll be introducing for Mr. Gonzalez. We have TWSD Exhibit 33, which is MG Direct. We have TWSD Exhibit 36, which is MG Supplemental, Michael Gonzalez Supplemental. For those, we have Exhibit 1 through 11, which are associated with the direct testimony. Those were as listed on the Dropbox and as referred to in his testimony, direct testimony. And then in his supplemental testimony, we have exhibits 12 through, let me get this straight here, through 29, which were also referenced in his testimony. So those will be associated with his supplemental testimony.
And what number is the supplemental?
That was Exhibit 36, TWSD Exhibit 36, MG-sub.
Okay, where's 32?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I included that. Maybe I misspoke. But
You said 12 through 29 on the supplemental and 1 through 11 on the direct.
yeah, Exhibit 32 was part of second supplemental testimony for Mr. Harding. That was 30, 31, and 32.
Oh, right, 37. Okay, second supplemental.
Correct.
Or let's see. Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right, great. So, Mr. Gonzalez, you have before you what should be marked as your direct testimony on behalf of Timberon Water and Sanitation District, filed April 27, 2023. Do you have that before you?
Yes, sir. I do.
Okay. All right. Was that testimony prepared under your supervision, direction, and control with assistance from counsel?
Yes, it was.
Are there, we're going to walk through corrections to your testimony. Do you have the corrections to your testimony to make, beginning with the table of contents?
I'm attempting to pull it up right now.
Mr. Albright, while he's looking, were the corrections included in the Dropbox version that was submitted yesterday?
They were not, but what I was going to
Why
suggest,
not?
I could go through the changes that we've identified, Ms. Hurst, and then make a change to the, we can file a corrected version.
That's one of the reasons I issued that order, Mr. Albright, was to make sure that we had all the correct exhibits in the Dropbox for the court reporter. What's the problem?
Well, the only problem was mine in not getting all of the corrections identified and corrected before we got the Dropbox opened yesterday, and we made the filing in the Dropbox with what we had at the time.
Did you find the document, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. Albright.
All right, so a table of contents on the page. Is there a correction to paragraph Roman numeral 6 that you have?
Yes, sir.
And that changes?
I'm trying to pull it up right now, Jeff.
Okay, let me just
So,
see if we can
I
do it
just
this
have
way.
a flurry of email.
All right,
I'm
so
trying to
we
look
should
at-
I'm
just,
sorry, I
don't
can't,
remember.
I'm not getting what the witness is saying.
Right, you can't talk at the same time. Go ahead, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Gonzalez, have you found it?
I see the corrections for Mark's direct testimony, and that's what I just thought was mine. Jeff had sent the typos and the corrections of the testimonies. I have the corrections to Michael's direct testimony as of April 27th, 2023. Is that what you're referring to, Jeff?
that's correct. And so the first
So the
change there,
first
context.
change- Yes, sir. The first change is table of contents at Roman numeral 6. Change commission to commission spelling correction.
All right, and then at page 7, line 3, that question has been reworded to read, does that explain questions raised about the census versus ratepayer rates and also about the number of complaints? Is that a correct change? Page
Yes,
7,
sir.
line 3.
You want to read the correction into the record, Mr. Albright?
Yes. Does that explain, it changes the question. Does that explain questions raised about the census versus ratepayer rates and also about the number of complaints? And the answer is yes. And the answer
And
is
that's
yes.
page 7?
That should be page 7 at line 3.
Okay,
The
Very
question
well.
was a little bit convoluted there and we just cleaned that up.
very well. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, page 7 at line 8, we change lowercase district to district, and there are numerous changes throughout the document. It was not consistent throughout. We've made those changes, and I will reflect that in what gets updated for the court reporter in the filing.
So
Page
you're-
7.
You're changing the testimony on page 7, beginning at line 8?
Well, on page 7, line 8, district is lowercase there, so it should be uppercase, the district. That was a defined term.
Okay, that
And
it?
you'll also notice down on line 12, the same thing, help the district water system. Again, that was a defined term.
Okay, is that it?
There are numerous changes to district throughout the whole document.
Okay, so you just want us to consider district to be in caps?
Correct.
Okay.
Capitalize it with a D.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, on page 7 at line 10. Back up a little bit there if you have it handy. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Okay. And we just changed the wording, delete the words the and that, so it reads as 2 projects are in play. Rather than as the 2
What
projects
line?
that are in play. As 2 projects that are in play.
Okay,
All right, page 7, line 11, insert the word the before capital THE before tank 3.
okay,
Page 7, line 18. There's a spelling error. Assessment with the T should be assessment. Just a correction in the spelling. Page 9. And I have gone over these with Mr. Gonzalez before.
okay,
So at page 9 at line 8, we have insert the words "are provided" so that the last sentence there reads additionally, comma, are provided from 2019. Exhibit 5, et cetera, et cetera.
All right.
Okay, page 10 at line 11.
Okay.
Okay, page 10, line 11, change commission with 1 M to commission with 2 M's. Just a typo.
All right.
And page 11 at line 11, another typographical error where we have equip there at line 11, equipped meant should be equipment without the T.
Okay.
And that's it for Mr. Gonzalez's direct testimony. So, Mr. Gonzalez, if I were to ask you the same questions today as were done at the time you prepared your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
And with that, I move for the admission of TWSD Exhibit 33, MG-direct testimony into the record.
Mr. Gonzalez, with those corrections, are the answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we gonna do about those exhibits?
Those exhibits are attached to the testimony, and they are referenced throughout his testimony.
Uh-huh. So let's talk about the exhibits then before I make a ruling on your exhibit 33.
Now, a lot of those exhibits were documents that were requested via either bench requests or from staff with regard to audits and additional information that we came across and were able to recover and wanted to have make available as part of the proceeding.
Well, let's talk about them. Are you familiar with the exhibits that you attached to your testimony, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am, I am. One thing that may be a little bit of a point of confusion at this point is we're working off of 2 different sets of exhibits and supplemental testimony, and I'm not very well versed in legal matters, and I'm having a little difficulty locating the Q&A that Jeff is referring to. I found the corrections, but I'm looking in my records for the Q&As and I don't see it. So, Madam Examiner, I am having a little difficulty putting my hands on the documents that we're talking about right now.
Okay, that's why if you just look at your screen, Mr. Gonzalez, I've got exhibit 11 up there.
Yes, ma'am. The annual report. I see.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh. And that says for class C and D water utility, is that where you believe that Timberon Water and Sanitation District falls?
Yes, ma'am. Out of all the classification that's listed, that's the one that most closely resembles our organization. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with this annual report, Mr. Gonzalez?
I am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you help prepare this document?
Yes, ma'am. It was myself and my my lovely wife who was helped with the financial committee, and she's helped out with quite a few financial reporting. She's got some background in that, so she's been very helpful there.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge, is this report true and correct to the best of your knowledge, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it complete? Is it the complete document?
I would say that some of the questions did not either comport with our format and the way we do things. So that's why some of the places that may not have answers to we either couldn't get the information or the information requested wasn't relevant to our organization.
Is this a document that you filed with the commission?
Yes, ma'am. It looks like that is the one. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, well. Let's go ahead then and look at the next. The next exhibit, which is 12. Okay, does that look familiar? Well, it's not up there yet, so probably doesn't look like anything, does it? All right. Where's your witness? There he is. Mr. Gonzalez. Does that document
Yes,
look?
ma'am.
Does that document look
Yeah.
familiar?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay. It looks like that's New Mexico Finance Authority Activity Statement dated
Yes, ma'am.
August 11th of 2021, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that is your exhibit 12. So that you're familiar with that document. Did you help create that document or did you receive that
No,
document?
No, ma'am, I didn't create the document. These are periodic statements that are released to your organization, I guess either on a quarterly, half annually or annual basis. And this is the research information that our auditor was looking for as well. So I just thought that it would be useful to supply it. Periodically, you get updates from the New Mexico organization here, and then you get new statements from time to time. And I think these are the most recent statements that I'm aware of.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, the exhibits 12 through 25, the CIF documents, the 3363s that are listed by subject in the Dropbox that we made are all related to Mr. Gonzalez's supplemental testimony.
So have you had an opportunity, Mr. Gonzalez, to look through exhibits 12 through 25 to make sure that those are complete documents?
To my knowledge, what I forwarded was all that we had. Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why you got 2 in June of 2022?
I may have just entered 2 instead of putting it in there one time. I don't know why it was duplicated. Maybe an error on my part.
No, well,
I see that. I see it. I don't. I see it in the exhibits, exhibit 20 and exhibit 21. Looks like duplicates. I have to look at the 20 and 21. I'm scrolling down to look for it now.
It looks like
I provided these because there was a lot of questions around the loans that we had. And I know that the data that they supplied to us isn't complete. It doesn't tell you the origination date, but it's just telling you what the loan balances are. I thought that would be useful. I'm still scrolling down. I'm on exhibit 18. I'm getting there.
well,
Okay.
hold on just 1 second. So I'm looking
Yes,
at what's termed to be 20, exhibit 20, and it says June 2022, but the date at the top of it says July 25, 2022.
Correct. Yes,
So-
ma'am, I see that.
Why did we call it June if it's representing July?
I don't know.
Okay,
I
well,
don't know, ma'am.
let's take a look then at the next one. Let's take a look at 21. Okay, that's also called June, and it's got a July 11th date on it. Do we know why that's called June?
No, ma'am, I don't. All I did was just collect these statements and aggregate them into an email, and that's how I sent it to the attorney. As far as
Well,
the
let's-
context of the report itself.
Let's look at the one that's
unfortunately, I don't
called
have an answer.
July. Well, July has an August date on it.
Madam Hearing Examiner, my understanding is that the activity statement is done the following month for the preceding month. There were two that were issued in July. As you noted, the July 11, 2022 and the July 25, 2022 for June activity statement. Again, that would be the preceding month because you wouldn't have a complete month yet in July. And the same way for August reflects July's report. So that's my interpretation, but I'm not a financial guru by any means.
Mr. Gonzalez, do you know why there's no December, February, or May?
Maybe at the time we received those statements, it wasn't cumulative of those times. Again, I just tried to aggregate all this information because I thought it might be so useful, because there seemed to be a lot of questions about the loans that the district had and what we didn't have. So that was the reason I added them. I'm sorry if it's caused some confusion instead.
Okay. Is that? No, let's go ahead and look at, I guess we're up to 26 now.
The sanitary survey.
Is that what this is? Yep, that's what it is. You familiar with that document, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I accompanied them on the sanitary survey.
I'm sorry, you what? I'm sorry, please repeat your answer.
I accompanied the Drinking Water Bureau compliance officers on that date for that sanitary survey.
So is this the same one that you had the notes on the violations on the website?
Yes, ma'am.
And
that's correct.
Is this a true and correct representation of this particular document?
Yes, ma'am. The sanitary survey that's entered into Exhibit 26. Yes, ma'am.
Sir. And it's the complete document?
It is. There's a second document that has the replies from the district, and I think that's also after this particular exhibit where the district answered each, what you're scrolling through there, everything in blue is the district's response.
So you're familiar with that?
Yes, ma'am. I helped put the response together that ultimately went to the Drinking Water Bureau.
Very well, sir. And you, and this is the complete response?
Yes, ma'am. That's the complete initial response. There were follow-on discussions as we were clearing and mitigating the sanitary survey findings. There was more discussions, phone related and also via email with Brandy Littleton and myself whenever we were clearing an item after that initial response letter. So there was some other conversations that took place after.
Okay. And then you have minutes in your exhibit 28, minutes of March 2nd. Emergency meeting of the Board of Directors. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, but right now I'm trying to find that exhibit is also in this listing of exhibits and testimony.
It is. Look at the screen. I'm screen sharing the document.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's
That
exhibit.
was March 2nd, 2017. Yes,
Yep.
ma'am.
20 or exhibit 28. Did you help prepare that document?
I helped locate it. I located in our, we have a, what the state requires us to secretary to keep a well-bound book of the minutes. And we also have that in written form, but we also have them. Many of these minutes are also legacy kept on the website as well. That's where I obtained it from.
So you have a better organizational avenue for your records than the Water and Sanitation District office does. The directors do.
Well, I can't claim credit for that. We've had a good volunteer help clean up the filing system and the records at the district. They were in quite in a disarray. We had multiple bills being kept in different places.
But as far as your minutes,
yes, ma'am.
as far as these minutes, as far as you know, you helped locate them, and this is a true and correct copy of the minutes that you're purporting them to be.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This copy either came from the website or from the well-bound book that we keep in the office that actually has the hard copies. So I either made a copy from there or I obtained it directly off of the website. I've kind of gotten a lot of data over the past few days, and sometimes I don't remember exactly where I got it from, but it was from those two locations.
Okay, and then the last one I show here is 29. And that purports to be some kind of rural, let me pull it up.
Yes, ma'am, I'm familiar with that mortgage document.
Yes, sir.
So I did some research because you guys had inquired about an RCAC loan in the amount of $320,000, which I was unable to locate. And the closest loan that I could locate that the district had was this exhibit here. And it was for $24,000 and change. And it was the purpose of that loan was to purchase a burnout residential property that had sustained damage from a fire in 2016. And consequently, the owners of the property were attempting to sell it. And the district entered into a loan for this amount in order to purchase that said piece of property for that price at 160 Paul Huska, I think it says on the exhibit for the mortgage. So that was the only one I was able to find.
So this particular document, you helped locate, and it's a complete copy of what you represent.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I guess I went too far in getting our exhibits there, because I believe only it's 1 through 11 that relate to your direct testimony. Is that correct, Mr. Albright?
That is correct. Exhibits 1 through 11 are for the direct testimony, and then the subsequent ones you went through are for his supplemental
testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, we will take care of looking at those. After the commission's open meeting, we're going to recess the evidentiary hearing, and parties can check back with me after check back with me at approximately 3 o'clock. Okay, we are,
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Yes,
just
sir.
Again, for clarity, do you want us to stay on Zoom or to reconnect? It may be easier if we just stay on Zoom, but it's obviously at your discretion.
you can disconnect and I'll let you back in, Mr. Albright.
All right, thank you, Madam Hearing
Okay,
Examiner.
thank you. We are recessed until at least 3. Thank you.
So off the record now.
I'm off the record, but I'm gonna stay on if that's okay, or do you need your computer?
No, no.
Okay,
No, I'm fine. You know, you can stay on, Melissa.
okay.
I'm just gonna move the computer.
Hello, Ms. Gonsalves. This is Jeff Albright, just checking to see if you can hear me okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, okay.
Hey, can I get a spelling from you?
Sure, well, I'll try. Go ahead.
Clarissa Springs.
Oh, Clarissa Springs?
Yes, I did a quick Google and I'm not finding that, but I don't know why, because I would think that's
I will check that. Hang on a second. I think I know where we had that in the testimony. So let me see if
okay. I
let me
mean,
see.
I don't mean to keep you from doing ministerial things if
Oh, no, that's okay. That's all right. It's a difficult issue here. So let me just see here. I found the document. Let me see if I can find the reference to the springs here. Not finding it offhand, but I will track that down for you.
okay, well, yeah, I Googled that and I just get a bunch of Clarissas.
I bet you, yeah, I bet you do.
People not, I put
Right.
Clarissa Springs, New Mexico, and it's just. Oddly enough, I have it spelled with 2 R's and 1 S, and it just looks odd, and I'm wondering if I just have a bad global.
I mean, I have certainly seen it before, and I remember running across it.
Okay, well, it's not the end of the world yet. So I won't worry. I can look through exhibits too. It's probably in there somewhere. I don't remember why it came up.
Yeah, it was related to, I think, one of the developments with regard to the water source.
That's right. Okay.
And I would put my paralegal on it, except she had to go pick up her little girl.
Oh. That's quite all right.
You know, she has the cutest little 2-year-old.
Oh, yeah. I got to have my grandchildren over at the office yesterday while my daughter went to a medical appointment and a non-urgent medical appointment. And then she called me just now and said, oh, guess what? Ava has a 103 fever today.
Oh my
And
gosh.
I just thought you should know.
Oh gosh.
Well, she would kill me if I did that. But she didn't know. You know, you don't know. That's the thing about illness, right? You don't know.
Especially with the little ones, it can be day to day. We had a pack and play set up in the office so my paralegal could bring her little girl into the office, and that worked out pretty well. But some days she just wasn't having it, and other days she was. So
yeah, I got to help do what is it, first grade homework. I still have it. I can still do simple subtraction in 2 minutes. But
There
I
you
had
go.
to like have it was funny. They're so cute. It just makes me want to be a full-time grandma. This court reporting's for the birds sometimes. Oh. Cute as can be.
I will check with Ms. Hurst when she gets back as well with regard to the best way to, as far as the corrected testimony. I think we can probably get that filed tomorrow. I don't know what the easiest way is to maybe file on the record or get it to you or whatever, but I'll check with Mr. Hurst on that.
Yeah, I know I'm gonna, what I don't want to do is confuse them. So
Well,
maybe
exactly.
the
Yeah.
old ones can come out and the new ones can come in, but I don't know how much trouble that is.
Yeah, or we can label it as corrected. I just, yeah, that was another reason we just didn't want to double submit yesterday and then have people confused between the different versions and things.
Yeah. But when I go through to proof it, it's going to be helpful for me to see because I was a little confused in the description of the reading of. Sometimes I like to put quotes around or something so I know as I'm looking at it, you know, as I'm reading it. So it needs to make sense for you guys. I have some things I wasn't clear on. So when I'm not clear, the record's not clear.
Okay, well, we'll try, we'll keep that in mind as we go through, so.
Yeah. No, I probably just when I read it, I'll be able to figure it out, but I'm not to that point yet.
I probably need to go on mute. I suspect the meeting with the commissioners or the commissioners' open meeting may go a little long.
Especially taking the comments about rolling on the two integrated distribution plan and written all together and having Arthur O'Donnell and Commissioner Ellison work on the workshops. I'll work with to get
Meeting's not finished.
everything else in the sort of order that we
It looks like there's 3 or 4 items left.
Okay.
So you can just let people know to check back maybe 15 minutes.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
And Ms.
thanks.
Hurst? Ms. Hurst, while I still have you here, with regard to the corrected testimony, we can file that in the docket as corrected testimony or get it to the court reporter. I think I can have that done by tomorrow. As far
I
as
can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Hang on, I'll change rooms.
I'll be working from the same Excel spreadsheet.
Next item on the agenda is a discussion item. The potential order docket for filing
What did you have to say?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Yeah, just with regard to the
See,
corrected
part of the
testimony.
problem is I have to have the speakers off. So I don't. Okay, try it now.
Okay, can you hear me at all?
Yeah,
Okay, just a question on the corrected testimony that we have for Michael in particular. I mean, I can have that ready tomorrow. I can file it as a corrected testimony or get it to the court reporter. It's pretty straightforward with regard to the corrections that we made. What is your, I didn't want to confuse the record. That's why we also didn't want to put double stuff in the Dropbox with all the different exhibits and things. But what is your preference?
well, you're gonna have to file it in the record, so
Okay,
I want it filed as soon as possible.
okay, we can get that filed tomorrow as a corrected direct testimony.
Okay.
All right.
And Melissa, it's my understanding, you can stay a little later
Sure.
if it looks like we're gonna be able to finish.
Oh, sure.
Is that a
I'm
problem
all
for
for that.
you, Mr.
No.
Albright,
Not a problem for me.
or your witnesses?
Not for my witnesses either. I just talked to them and they're available, so we should be okay. I don't know about staff, obviously, but can't speak for them, but my witness is available.
Any problem if we go late trying to finish for anybody? Okay, I don't
No,
know what
uh,
I don't know what
it-
their pleasure is gonna be, but
Are we talking late, like 10 or a
no,
couple
no.
hours?
Yeah, I'm thinking, 6
Oh, yeah. Not a problem for me.
or so. Again, I'm just speaking for myself. I don't know what they're gonna want to do, so we'll have to figure it out. But
Okay.
like I say, let's check back again at 3:15 and I'll see where they are. Because they just finished with the chief of staff and then Russell's up there and he said he's not gonna be that long. But I don't know, they're talking among themselves items. Okay,
Okay. I'll be right
Understood.
back then.
okay.
That'll be fine. Thank you. Hello, Melissa?
Yes.
Okay, Carissa. We were both wrong. It's
Okay.
It's capital Carrissa, Carissa.
Carissa. Okay. Well,
Carissa.
you hear what you
Carissa
expect to.
Springs. What's that?
I said, you always hear what you expect to hear.
That's true. That is
You
true.
do. That's, I can't tell you how many times I go back and look at something or look at a recording of something and go, oh my gosh, that was a misspeak, and you don't even notice it because you're hearing it correct because you expect to.
Well, I don't know how you folks do it in the first place, to be honest. That's a real art. I mean, it really is. We've talked about that any number of times in the office. So it's a real challenge, but appreciate
It's
your
like
efforts as always.
It's like watching sausage, huh? Get made.
I've never heard that analogy, but I guess it fits. Yeah.
I think a record is, yeah. When you see it before it's all fixed with nice punctuation and everything. Yeah. Okay.
But that was the
Thank you.
secret. Sure,
Thank you
you're quite
so
welcome.
much. All right, I'll fix it now. Thanks.
Yep.
We prefer to do.
Hey, Melissa? Ooh, that was loud. That was really loud.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud because I'm unmuted, so let me mute.
Oh. Now I can't hear you at all.
Maybe we should send you to Timberon.
Possible receiver, eh?
Right.
Okay, Melissa?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? Okay.
Melissa, are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
available tomorrow morning?
Yes, I am.
Okay, because I'm sort of hearing, what about you, Mr. Albright, and your witnesses? Your witness?
I will have to check. I think he had someone coming to his farm tonight to remove a beehive outside, but he canceled that. But I can check on his availability tomorrow morning. I just don't know. I'll have to check. I'm
Okay.
available. I can do it tomorrow.
I don't know if Anna had a chance to tell you, I have to take about an hour at some point, probably late in the day, to get an expedited transcript produced for a client.
Okay.
I just don't know when I'll get that. So as long as they get it by the end of the business day here, I'm fine.
I can't imagine that that if, depending on where we are at 5, because like I say, I think the commissioners have some plans that
Okay.
we may recess and start back in the morning to complete if we don't complete today.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
I'm happy
so if that's
to.
going to work for people, then I think that's what we should do. And as soon as I get the room back, we will go ahead. I've been told by IT that we're ready to go, that we're back going, and our YouTube is going. So thank you, Phil. We are ready to go, and we need to admit Mr. Gonzalez back.
And we can check on his availability when he gets admitted here.
What happened to me? Lost my dots there for a minute. Okay. Okay, we will wait a couple more minutes before we begin.
I'm going to grab a water bottle. I don't think it'll take me 2 minutes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. Hearing examiner, I'm not hearing you if you're trying to call the meeting to order.
Yes, I apologize.
Okay.
And
Yes.
have we admitted Mr. Gonzalez yet?
I tried to admit him twice. Right.
We know we had him before.
Right.
You can't say that it's wrong.
Yeah, Pi Day is always a good day. Well, it says he's joining and then now he's popped up to be admitted again.
Here we go.
Hello there, Mr. Gonzalez. There you are. It says he's joining and then now he's. Okay.
Here we go.
Don't know where that one came from. No one has their YouTube on, right? Mr. Gonzalez, I don't know if Mr. Albright's had an opportunity yet to ask you, but if we need. What? Who said what? Okay.
I didn't say anything, ma'am.
Okay, we're coming back from a recess, so, and we are being live streamed on YouTube now. Mr. Gonzalez, should we not finish today? Are you available in the morning?
Yes, ma'am. I can be available tomorrow if you need me.
Okay, very well. All right, well, when we recessed, we were talking about your exhibit, sir, and I think we got through the bottom half of the exhibits, but we had not talked about actually the ones that related to your direct testimony. So maybe we should do that. Exhibits 1 through 11. Is that correct, Mr. Albright?
Let me just confirm that. Yeah, should be for the direct testimony, exhibits 1 through 11.
Okay, so let's look at the exhibits. Exhibits 1 and 2 were your advice notices. Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am.
And you helped prepare those, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. We provided prior to the meeting some some scenarios of charges to put on just to give us some context and discussion. And so basically,
okay, we're not answering
happened,
questions yet on the exhibit itself. I'm just trying to make sure that's a correct and complete copy of the advice notice that you filed. Was it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
Okay, very well. And you're familiar with those 2 exhibits, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then let's look at exhibit 3. And that purports to be a Timberon service area. Is that correct?
I don't see that, but I would imagine that service area came off of our website, perhaps.
Okay, just look at it. Look at the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
I can see it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you know where that map came from?
I think that's just one of the plot maps for Timberon, one of the many that we have. That's one of them in the portfolio of the prints that we have, legacy historical at the district. Yes, ma'am, I'm familiar with it.
And that's true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. Now let's look at the next exhibit, Exhibit 4. And Exhibit 4 is something from Wikipedia. You included that, sir?
I think maybe our attorney did, but I had earlier in previous conversations found this information on Wikipedia and passed it on to Jeff on another matter. But yes, ma'am, I'm familiar with this. I shared this with him. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you work for Wikipedia?
No, I do not.
Then how do we know that this information is true and accurate if you pulled this off the internet somewhere?
Well, I'm not saying that I pulled this particular one off the internet, but in prior
Where did you get it
conversations
then?
with Jeff. Well, I got it off of the internet when I did find it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then
And it was just for context. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
The census designated place, it's just a descriptor how to describe our community. And my guess is that's why it's in the exhibits, because we're a census designated place. That's what they call us.
And exhibits 5, 6, 7, and 8 purport to be financial audits of Timberon Water and Sanitation District from years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I got those off of the state auditor's website to provide some financial clarity for the commissioners for this hearing. Yes, ma'am.
And were those audits not part of the records of Timberon Water and Sanitation District?
They are. Yes, ma'am, they are.
And to the best of your knowledge, sir, are the copies complete?
Yes, ma'am. To my understanding, yes.
Okay, so then let's look at Exhibit 9. And Exhibit 9 says it's a Board of Directors resolution 2022-2023. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the complete document?
What I'm seeing so far doesn't look like all of it. Looks like just 3/4 of the page.
Well, I'll scroll on through, and there's a second page to it.
Yes, ma'am.
And it looks like you signed it. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then Exhibit 10. What is this document, Mr. Gonzalez?
I think that is from the Timberon Volunteer Fire Department, indicating what our ISO classification is for fire danger.
And
Indicates we have a rating of 7.
Okay,
So I didn't hear the last thing you said, in case we have.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes, ma'am.
what was the rest of your answer? It's our classification in case what?
Yes, it's an ISO classification on fire hazards. They give you a rating. I think the highest rating's a 10. The higher number you have, the more fire danger you have. And so that exhibit that you were showing earlier was coming from the Volunteer Fire Department of Timberon, indicating what our ISO number was, which was 7.
Okay. And then exhibit 11. Is that the annual report? For July 2021 through 2022. I think we already talked about that, didn't we?
Yes, ma'am. You asked me if I was familiar with it, and I indicated yes. My wife, with my
Yes.
Supervision and review, put this report together for the commission as requested.
I remember that, yes. So do we have? I think that's all your exhibits.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, that covers all the exhibits.
Except
Mr.
for,
Gonzalez.
except for 36. So why don't you go ahead and talk about 36, Mr. Albright?
Yes, you should have, as part of 36 is your supplemental testimony that was submitted on May 1 of 2023. That was your supplemental testimony. We do have just a couple of corrections there as well.
Just a
Mr.
second, I'm not
Gonzalez.
finding it yet.
Okay.
$36, correct?
I believe so. Let me just check my list. And it is
Okay.
supplemental
got it.
testimony should be TWSD Exhibit 36.
Okay.
MG supplement.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Gonzalez, are you familiar with the your supplemental testimony?
Yes, sir, I am.
And we'll make some corrections in a minute, but if I were to ask you the same questions today as were asked the time you prepared this, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir, they would.
And the answers are true and best to your knowledge, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I think we just had a couple of corrections to your testimony. Do you have those in front of you, or would you need some assistance there?
I have to go back to the email with the corrections.
Okay, for the sake of time, let
I
me
think I
assist
can
you there.
find
So
it.
the first one is a change in the wording on page 1 to the question asked at line 10. And we changed it to read at lines 13 through 15 to read current status of loan payments and how the proceeds have been used to date, comma, with documentation of the same. And that change was just made to provide some clarification in the wording that was there. So I'll read that again, starting at line 13. We agreed that it should read current status of loan payments and how the proceeds have been used to date, comma, with documentation of the same. And you concur with that change, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then on the same page, at line 25, we just defined what DWB NMED stands for. And indeed, that's at line 25. In page 1, line 25. We have Drinking Water Bureau, parentheses, WDB, and parent, NMED.
All right, sir.
And with those changes, those are all of the changes we have. And again, with those changes, the questions and answers that you provide would be the same today as they were at the time this was prepared with you and with your assistance of counsel, correct?
Mr. Gonzalez? You want to make
Yes,
those
that
changes
is
to your
correct.
testimony?
That is correct. Okay. And with that, I move for the admission of TWSD Exhibit 36 MG-SUP.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. Mr. Bagatko, any objection to the introduction of Mr. Gonzalez direct testimony labeled as Exhibit 33, including Exhibits 1 through 11, which have been described as the exhibits attached to that testimony?
No objection.
With the caveat that I don't know how much weight, if any, I'm going to award to Exhibit 4. Exhibit 33 and the attachments, Exhibits 1 through 11 are admitted.
And with that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I present.
Hold
Mr.
on just a
Gonzalez.
second.
Oh,
You want to offer 36 also?
I thought I'm sorry. Yes, we do.
Okay.
And so
Any
we all,
objection to what's been identified as Exhibit 36, the supplemental testimony of Mr. Gonzalez, including his attachments, which have been labeled as Exhibits 12 through 29?
You would entertain the same qualified non-objection as we've done.
I'm not hearing him very well.
Here we go. It's my fault. I didn't push the button. All right, we would submit the same qualified non-objection to this supplemental testimony as we've done with the other two supplemental testimonies. And that since it was filed after the filing date and we didn't really have the benefit of it for purposes of our direct, we would request again some latitude in our testimony as previously discussed. And with that, we do not object.
Very well, Mr. Bagatko. As previously ruled, I will allow staff the latitude with regard to any of the new information that was filed, not pursuant to the commission's order, nor with leave of the commission, including oral testimony here today. With that,
and with that,
they're admitted. And Mr. Albright, do you pass the witness?
I do present the
Very
witness
well.
for cross-examination. Thank you.
And for clarification purposes, the questioning by the commission and the hearing examiner is examination and not cross-examination. Commissioners, do you have questions for Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you, hearing examiner. Yeah, I've got just a real one line of questioning. So, Mr. Gonzalez, good afternoon. Thank you for hanging with us through that interruption in the day. So
Good afternoon.
could you please look at your exhibit number 10, which is the report from the fire department with the ISO classification?
Yes, sir. If you can bring it up,
Okay.
I don't have that
great.
one with me. Okay, yeah.
Well, it's
there it
on the
is.
screen here, so I think hearing examiner Hurst, are you controlling the thing? If you could scroll down to, it ends up being page 3 of the exhibit. About the middle of the page, there's a general information checklist. Yeah, right there. Okay, so Mr. Gonzalez said this morning, we heard that Timberon has somewhere between 100 and 200 miles of pipe on the system. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes, sir. I think generally speaking, the water line number is anywhere between 80 and 100 miles, and the road or anywhere between 115 and 121 miles. So those numbers have been thrown around. I don't know if anybody's ever done the exact homework to show what they are, but those are the numbers that are generally stated for water lines and for roads.
Thank you. And then this section of the exhibit that we've got up on the screen, it says that there's 9 hydrants on bullet item number 2 under general information checklist.
Yes, sir.
So is that
that seems about correct. Yes, sir.
okay? So out of the 100 or so miles of pipe, there's 9 fire hydrants. Is that right? Am I reading that right?
Yes, sir. And we have to use, I guess, a correction on 9 hydrants. The district employs what we call water drops. Essentially, they're like 3-inch lines that stub up above the ground. It's like a dry barrel kind of enclosure, similar to a fire monitor, but we do have quite a number of those in the district as well, but they do not meet the NFPA requirements. And so the actual real hydrants that we have installed are less than that amount. I think that's the combination of both of them, proper hydrants and then those water drops that the district has.
Okay, I appreciate that, because what I'm trying to understand here is just how important the water system is to firefighting in Timberon, and I guess, you know, just from looking at 9 hydrants over 100 miles of pipe, it didn't feel like the number of fire hydrants out there provide firefighters much ability to use water from the water system to fight fires.
Yes, sir. And for the record, the fire hydrants that are appropriate NFPA approved, the moment we deploy one of those fire hydrants that are the approved varieties that we all see in cities, the moment you open one of those fire hydrants up, you're not going to be able to obtain the functional flow, but on one hydrant. So if someone were to try to put a second hydrant on, we would not be able to give the proper functional flow of 500 gallons a minute to both hydrants. So essentially, you can only use one of these hydrants at a time. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question. And then I guess the last one is just generally, are these hydrants located in populated places? Or, I mean, how'd they get located where they are? Was it for operational reasons or for value of structures nearby? Or something else?
Well, I think it was probably a combination of both methods. to my understanding, some of the normal water drops that I described that aren't exactly NFPA rated, but can be used for fire protection and suppression, those are strategically just kind of in the vicinity of the entire district system where we have water lines. They're scattered like equidistant from one another in different places. And then the actual fire monitors, they put them in critical areas. We have one off of Riverside. And so it's kind of in a general vicinity area where they tried to space them out to give the best coverage. But of course, they didn't have but a few hydrants available to do that with. So we're lacking there.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to get concept of the balance of, you know, the service that you provide. It looks like it's mostly for drinking water for folks with a few hydrants that can be helpful. And that was just what it looked like to me from reading this, and wanted to explore that a little further with you just to see if that is a fair characterization.
Yes, sir, it is. It shows, like many other things, the district is gapping on fire protection as well as line replacement as well.
Okay, thank you. I didn't have any more questions. Commissioners, did you have any questions for Mr. Gonzalez? Okay, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Aguilar.
Hi, Mr. Gonzalez. Thanks for being with us today. I have a question about the standby rate. And I'm wondering, is the standby rate being revised? And if not, was there a discussion as to whether to revise the standby rate?
The first part of your question, sir, and thank you for inviting me today, is that the standby rates were not part of the discussion for an increase, because I think they had a nominal increase some years ago, but the board decided not to raise or ask for those rates to be raised.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is related, and this is, well, I guess the question is, how would you say that standby customers affect the system? And do you know how your standby rates compare to other water service providers?
Yes, sir. I think I can answer that question. Most of your water and sanitation districts in the state of New Mexico that operate under the same water and sanitation district statute as our district does, to my knowledge, very few, if any, employ standby fee structure. And I'm not really sure why not, because it is listed in the statute as an acceptable fee structure. But we're one of the few districts that actually employ a standby fee, to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't have any additional questions.
Mr. Gonzalez, can you clarify?
I'm sorry, ma'am, can you repeat that?
Were you listening, Mr. Gonzalez, when Mr. Harding was testifying?
I was able to listen to some of the testimony. Yes, ma'am. I don't think I heard it all, but I heard some of his testimony. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not hearing you, hearing examiner.
I think it's telling me I've talked enough. Thank you. That doesn't get you out of not talking, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bagatko. Very nice of you. Mr. Gonzalez, I asked Mr. Harding how many standby customers there were, and he didn't know. Do you know?
Yes, ma'am. I sent an email to the billing clerk and she replied back. As of January 2023, the last billing, we had 3,911 standby customers.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Mr. Gonzalez. Regarding the fire hydrant question, sometimes insurance companies don't want to insure homes that do not have access to a quality fire hydrant system. Do homeowners in Timberon have difficulty insuring their homes because of the status of the water utility?
Yes, sir. I will attempt to answer that question. They are beginning to have trouble getting policies issued for fire protection, but even just for standard casualty losses too for homeowners, it's very difficult to get a policy here. And unfortunately, I don't know how much the fire protection issue plays into it, but you can see if we're rated a 7 out of a possible 10, 10 being the worst, that would weigh negatively on our ability to ensure that get those types of insurances. So I'd have to answer that question in the affirmative.
Mr. Harding said that there are 570 active meter customers and roughly 330 inactive customers who have meters but are not year-round residents, I understand, and therefore don't pay anything. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'll also try to attempt at answering this question to the best of my ability. We do have approximately 572 active metered lots, and we do have approximately 300 that would be considered inactive, plus or minus around 800 total. And essentially, as past practice, without a policy in place, it's been considered that if a person has metered water and then they disconnect the meter, like many of the seasonal property owners here do, if it stays beyond a year turned off, then generally speaking, they begin to move that person back onto the standby roles. But we don't have a policy in place in our water rules that says exactly so much. That's on with PRC with our water rules. So that's basically the process that I think we currently follow, is if the metered water customer goes beyond a year of not reinstituting service to their meter, then they go back into what's called standby billing, and they would then start to bill them again the $61.15 a year standby billing. But we don't have a written policy for that, and the PRC, we don't have a water rule that says that. It's just been a past practice that they've done.
Do these 330 or so inactive customers, are they shutting off water at the water meter, or are they doing something besides just not using water?
Yes, sir. Well, essentially, when a customer wants to, call in a disconnect. So they call in, the billing clerk would take the message and we would generate a work request to disconnect that meter. And then when they disconnect that meter, they would write down what the meter reading was. And when it gets beyond that 1 year mark, then that would be the time to consider putting that meter back on standby. But the customer would not be using that meter anymore. It's just essentially a blocked in meter install with a lock on it at that point. So no water flows through the meter going beyond that time.
And do you have quite a number of seasonal residents, people who come, say, just for the summer to live?
Yes, sir, we do. But we also have periodic disconnects actually during the winter months as well. So seasonality, the greatest seasonality is of course the summertime. But our population here is generally speaking 60 and above. So most of them are in retirement status and many of them have second homes. So they travel back and forth and it doesn't always coincide with the summer months. But that is generally the rule, that we always have somebody disconnecting and reconnecting.
And so these seasonal residents, are they disconnecting to save money so that they're not having to pay the monthly charge?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding that they're doing it as a convenience to them to where they don't have to pay for a water billing when they're not there to use the water. Yes, sir. That's why I think that's being done.
I see. I wanted to ask about the accounting statement for June 30th, 2022. I'm not sure which number that would be on the exhibits.
I believe it's Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8, is that right? So the Kriegel, Gray, Shaw and Company independent. So on page 7 of that document, I'm seeing that the water services and fees are $734,000 for 2022. And then the water utilities expenses are $727,000. So does that mean, Mr. Gonzalez, that the water utility is roughly taking in what it's spending?
Yes, sir. During 2022, that was correct. But going forward to now, we're actually spending more money each month than what we're getting in revenue.
And this is a expense, revenue and expense statement, so it's not taking into account capital investment in the system. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So if we had grant proceeds, is that what you're referring to, where grant proceeds?
Right. If you've got grant, yes, sir. If you've got grant money for a specific project and you're spending it on that project, that would not be included in these expenses or revenues. Is that correct?
Right. What they generally do is on our own in-house accounting system, what we always do is it's a wash. The money comes in and then the money goes out. And you can track the amount of money that's came in and been applied on a grant, but it's a pass-through item on your P&L.
Okay. And you're considering depreciation as an operating expense here. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir. The auditor is, using the depreciation schedules. And although I know where they are, for the most part, everything in the distribution system is fully depreciated at this point,
I see.
and then some.
And what are the non-operating revenues and expenses here? I see the $324,000 for 2022.
I think that may be F&S. I'm not certain.
Could you
I'm not
please
certain
explain-
how they classify that number.
Could you please explain, Mr. Gonzalez? I'm not sure. I know what you're referring to.
Yeah, the non-operating revenue slash expenses that you guys have up, that's an excerpt out of the auditor's report. I can't 100% honestly tell you what that position is indicative of.
Okay.
It may have to do with F&S. So we have three fee streams. We have metered water. We have a tax, actually four. We have metered water. We have a 10 millage taxation that the district gets 10 mills. We also have standby fees. And then finally, the F&S fee structure, which is not part of the fee structure that PRC actually wanted in the portfolio when it came about in 2012. I'm not sure why it's not in there with our other fee structures.
What does
But
FNS
those numbers may be part of that.
Okay, what does
Excuse me,
FNS
sir?
stand for?
Facilities and services fee. It was a fee structure that the board of 2012 put in place.
And what does that actually come from? Is that like when you rent out the barbecue or the horseshoe pit or what?
Well, Madam Examiner, I have done my best to go back and do historical research on the fee structure and how it came about. Essentially, the fee structure, the district was really in a bad way and needed some revenue to capitalize their operating expenses. And in previous years, the district was taking 26 mills. There was a court case in 2005 timeframe. The court system stated that the district is only allowed to take a maximum of 10 mills. So we went back to 10 mills. And because of that, it left a fairly large gap in the budget. And basis the dialogue and the testimonies given during that time, they were indicating that this F&S fee structure was a replacement for those lost tax revenues.
But what's
And
it
that's how that fee
actually,
structure came about.
right, sir, but what's it actually used for? Where do you get money under this fee structure?
Okay, so each lot is assessed a $30 fee. And those collected monies, the board indicated can be used in the resolution for any intended purpose for the district. But then when they sent a mailing out to the public in that same year, it indicated that the money was going to be used for non-water related expenses, roads, cemeteries, things like that. We did some accounting research with our accounting firm in 2022. And what we found is that approximately 65% of those fees go toward paying salaries. That's what the majority of that money is being used for.
For salaries for all your employees or just your water employees?
For all employees.
And is this an annual fee?
Yes, ma'am.
So how many lots pay that?
It's been estimated we have approximately 9,000 1,000 lots. And so that fee would be applied to each and every lot, whether it's improved, unimproved, whether it's owned by one person owns 20 lots, they would get a bill for $30 for each lot. That's how they bill for the F&S fee structure.
And if I could just get one clarification, sir, for this document that the commissioner is asking you questions about, under that operating expenses category, that this just isn't for your water operation, is it?
No, ma'am.
This is
That money essentially, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just going to say, it has general maintenance, parks and recreation, road maintenance, cemetery, golf course,
Correct.
etc. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir.
That is correct.
Commissioner?
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Mr.
sir.
Gatco, you have questions for the witness.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you for being here today. I do have a couple questions for you, and they're going to primarily be focused on your direct testimony. It was filed on April 27, 2023, marked as TWSD Exhibit 33. If you would, please direct your
Yes, sir.
attention to page 5 of your direct testimony, lines 3 through 5. You have that in front
Is
of you.
that in regard to violations?
Page 5, lines 3 through 5. The question posed is, how many ratepayers does TWSD serve? And your answer is 572 customers are served by Timberon, as stated in the notice sent to customers and advice notice number 19 filed at the commission on January 20th, 2023. Did I recite that accurately, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir, you did.
All right, so you have 572 customers as per page 5 of your direct. I would now direct your attention, if you'll just bear with me here. Going to, excuse me, Exhibit 11. It's your annual report for June 2021 and July through July 2022. And what I'm interested in talking about there
Yes,
in Exhibit 11 is what's attached to it is Attachment A, Form 1. And when you get there, please let me know.
Is that a depreciation schedule?
It's it says Form 1, and down in the lower right-hand corner, it says Attachment A. I don't believe it's a depreciation schedule. It has some figures, including number of customers, gallon sales in the thousands, gross revenues, and some other information.
What page is that, sir? Attachment A.
It is Attachment A. It does not have a page number, and it's also labeled as Form 1, and it is, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages back from the beginning of Exhibit 11. So that.
So just so I'm correct here and I'm working off the
That
right
it?
form, this is the annual, you're speaking of the annual report, right? That was
That's
turned in?
correct. Exhibit 11, annual report for June 2021 through July 2022.
And so I see page 3 after the cover letter. It
Says
indicates
picture.
service area information.
That is it, Madam
Correct.
Examiner.
Look on your screen, sir.
I see what you got there. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so
Okay.
we just saw in your direct that you said that TWSD has 572 customers. I'm curious about their, in the first row, you see where it says
Yes, sir.
headings customer class, and then it says residential, and then down there at the second row, or excuse me, the first row, it says number of customers, and it indicates 830. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. That's active and inactive customers. That's the number that was put in there.
Okay, and so that's from last year. So the number that controls and the number that is supreme in this instance and accurate is the number that's set forth in your direct testimony, correct? Giving 572 as the number of customers?
Yes, sir. That's correct. That's the number that we used to determine, work off our basis for what we were asking for the rate increase. And that is carried through the whole process, 572 meters. Yes, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood the difference between those two. Thank you for that. Moving along, Mr. Gonzalez, I would direct you to Exhibit 3 to your direct testimony, which is that it looks like a plat map of the Timberon neighborhood. When you get to it, please let me know.
That plat map we were talking about earlier, and I did not have it. I was familiar with it, but I didn't have it with my material. So if you guys can put it back up.
Madam Hearing Examiner, if you would, please.
We just put staff 3 up.
That's it.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, do you know, first of all, what this is a complete depiction of the entire territory for the service area for Timberon, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
From what I can see, it's part of it. But yeah, there's more of it below. But yes, it's a vast majority of Timberon in the image that I'm looking at right here. Yes, sir.
Everything then you submitted in Exhibit 3, that is a complete depiction of the total service area then, correct?
Yes, sir. That's the plot plan for the entire Timberon development right there that you're showing us right now with all the lots designated.
Can you explain the significance of the yellowish highlighted areas there on Exhibit 3?
Yes, sir. Some of this information predates my association with the district, but it's to my understanding that all of these shaded areas, and again, I'm not validating that that's correct, but I'm just going to share what I think the color code means here. And generally speaking, I would say that they're indicating that those are potentially no service areas.
And what's the basis then for what sounds like somewhat of a speculative statement that those indicate no service areas? Have you had conversations with old timers or other people who know what's going on with this more precisely, or what informs your opinion?
Well, the reason I don't want to, yes, I'm familiar with this map. I know that it's been used. I didn't create the map, but it's just one that's referred to often. And those shaded areas generally indicate areas that are without water service. And I can see, if you could scroll, Madam Examiner, back to the top part of that map, I could indicate an area that I know currently is without water service. So generally speaking, unit 17 and unit 15 are 2 essential no service areas. And then there are several other spacklings throughout the community in different places that are without water, that they never did run a water line to. And I wish I had that data that I could tell you definitively right now, but I don't have that with me. But suffice to say, it's generally speaking, unit 17 and unit 15 are the largest areas that are no service. Unit 17 is where the developer went bankrupt And so naturally, there was no water lines put there. But in the rest of the areas of Timberon, there are some other areas that are spotty that don't have service. And I can't say 100% that the remaining shaded areas are reflective of that.
All right, and regarding the rest of the areas that you represent as being spotty with no service, is the situation with no service due to no line being run out to the properties to begin with, or is it because of the excessive water losses you're experiencing on the system currently?
That's a good question, and the answer is that the reasons that there's some areas that don't have water is they didn't, for whatever reason, run the pipeline to down every road. There's some places, for whatever reason, they did not run the pipeline, the transmission lines, completely in the area like they did on an adjacent road. And so you do have these locations throughout the community. I wouldn't say there's a lot of them. There's a few of them. And the reason isn't because we won't give them water because of the usage issue that we're having. It's just that there was never any lines there to begin with.
Do you know when this map depicted in Exhibit 3 was created?
No, sir, I don't. I would have to say my thoughts are that it happened before we came into office in January 2022, but somebody else in the organization may have marked this map up this way since then, but I'm not aware of it.
Fair enough, thank you. And did you find this
Sorry,
map? Excuse me, did you find this map as part of a wider set of documents, or was it just sitting there in isolation in a filing drawer? I mean, how did you come across this? Well,
this particular rendition of a map is used quite frequently. If you do a search on the internet for Timberon map, you're going to find this this map in PDF. So it's a map that is present in many places in our organization, but I just can't tell you. I don't know for sure when this map was created and where it was actually located. We came by it and forwarded it to the attorney to put out as an exhibit.
Let's attack it this way. In developing Exhibit 3, did you just take a PDF of the map and forward it to council, or did you, find an actual paper copy and have it turned into Exhibit 3 that way?
No, it was already existing to my knowledge.
And it was already.
I didn't make this map.
So is an electronic format that you took and forwarded to council?
There's a lot of exhibits that I forwarded. I don't remember the context of each and every one that I sent. This particular map may have been sent by my colleague, Mark Harding, or maybe Nan from the office, but I can't say for certain that I'm the one that put this document into play, but I am familiar with it.
Okay, well, what I'm getting at then is my concern is whether or not this is part of a larger set of technical details or anything else that was developed in the creation or the continuation of this Timberon subdivision. And so if it is part of something, that's what I'm trying to get at. And it sounds like you just don't know. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say as my colleague indicated earlier in his testimony, the water operators over the years tried to develop a book and put sketches of lines when they would extend a line to a place that didn't have it. And that's kind of how we've kept up with the legacy information. But it's a system that has very much been, for lack of a better word, I call it piecemeal, a piecemeal system. That wasn't completely installed all at once, and it just kind of developed over time. What may not be aware to the commissioners and to Madam Examiner is that the water district essentially in the beginning did not have a well. The water system was surface water only, and the treatment was iodine, and that's how that was the source of the water in the beginning. And so we didn't have wells at that time. We didn't get a well until around 2000 timeframe.
So if I understand you correctly, there for a long time, your only water source then was the Clarissa Spring, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. How much of Mr. Harding's testimony did you get to listen to this morning, earlier today?
Off and on, I think I heard maybe about 15 minutes of his testimony.
Did you hear the part where one of the ways that Mr. Harding discussed to track outages was some sort of a GPS approach?
I did listen to that part of his testimony, and if you'd like, I could add a little information to what he shared with you at this time.
Yeah, I'm curious to know if that, I mean, how does that work? And is it a real-time thing?
Okay, so my my original involvement with the water district started in 2019 timeframe. I came in under appointment for a board member that was resigning, which is a problem. We lose a lot of board members, but that's how I initially got on the board. I was appointed in 2019, and then I also worked and became the treasurer. So I was on the board for approximately a year. And what we were able to do is I went back through all of the sample data for the past 5 years, the preceding 5 years. So I went all the way back to, this was 2019 to about 2014. And I used the sample analysis for every line break to determine a location of where the leaks were occurring. So then I compiled them on a map like we're seeing right here, similar to that map, but much smaller in detail and just in different sections. So we began cataloging where the leaks were occurring. And then fast forwarding to 2019 time period, we had a preliminary engineering report done that was essentially close to a water master plan, but it wasn't exactly. And in that plan, that PER, they did an assessment of the district and indicated to us where the areas of attention needed to be, where we need to work on pressure zones. We have elevation problems. So that's where we got additional information to put our plan together of attack through ICIP grant formation with Colonius, and then also asking for a rate increase. We started that activity talking about it in January of 2022, but that's kind of how we got the data and the plan together to know where the areas are that need the greatest attention. So we've done that work. And right now we're waiting on the funds in order to be able to put some of these projects into play.
So if I hear you correctly, it sounds like you have outlined some sort of plan of attack that prioritizes work that needs to be done once the money comes in. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir. That's correct. And we were also attempting to try to use, we suffered a severe financial impairment in the beginning of our administration. The board, in those audit findings that I provided to you guys, the auditors showed that we were not contributing to para properly. The district wasn't and the employees wasn't. So long story short, the district had to take a $234,000 impairment. And that's part of the basis of our weakened position right now. But at that time, we were actually planning on doing small segment line replacement where the funds were available with 1,000 foot sections to to do it that way. But when that money had to be earmarked to pay the para backlog of not having paid, the employees hadn't paid and the district hadn't paid, the board made the difficult decision to pay the para obligation. And unfortunately, it removed our capability, at least for the time being, to employ an in-house version of line replacement.
And for clarity of the record, you do discuss the payment of the para obligation on about page 9, lines 5 through 9 of your direct testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Well, then I'm going to take you back then, if you'll bear with me, Mr. Gonzalez, to Exhibit 8, that 2022 financial audit report that's appended to your direct testimony. And I would direct
Yes,
you
sir.
again to page 7 that was just discussed a few moments ago by Commissioner Ellison. Just let me know when you're there, Mr. Gonzalez.
Madam Examiner, are you going to be able to put that document back up from the audit page?
Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8, page 7. Yes, please.
Okay, I see it. I see it, Commissioner.
Page 7.
There it is. Thank you. So, Mr. Gonzalez, I would direct your attention then to under there in the middle, it says operation expenses, and one of the first categories there is administration. Do you see that?
I do.
Now you roll over to the right and the column labeled 2022, it says $257,359. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you go over one more time, right, to the column labeled 2021, and it's $63,789. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
so,
sir. I see those numbers. Yes, sir.
So that big number under 2022, 257, 359, that, if I understand things correctly, includes the $234,000 PERA impairment, as you say. Is that correct?
I would come to that same conclusion, but that's an awfully large number and awfully large deviation year over year. And it looks like 230 is part of that number, but I'm not for certain.
But so you're at least surmising, but not to a degree of certainty, that that number is that big under the 2022 column because of the $234,000 PERA impairment.
What else could it be, Mr. Gonzalez?
I'm drawing a blank on that, but as you can see in the findings, the finding for the para has been resolved. So I guess you can use that to put it together. There's probably somewhere else in that 46-page report where she may make mention of it, but I don't have a recollection of that.
Since you acknowledge that the $234,000 PERA impairment has been resolved, that means it's been paid, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir. And we're
so,
paying by transmittal each pay period like we're supposed to now. Yes, sir.
okay. Given that situation, then you are not including the $234,000 PERA impairment in what, for lack of a better term, could be described as the revenue deficiency you're seeking to cure in this interim relief case. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. And I'm a firm believer that the fee structures for the citizens that enjoy Timberon should come from those who live in Timberon. So the metered water fee structure is an excellent fee structure to where to apply those costs to for operating. You know, the greatest benefit to the citizens of Timberon are those who live here full time.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gonzalez. Let's move along. I'd like to direct your attention now to Exhibit 9, which is the Board of Directors of Timberon Water and Sanitation District's March 3rd, 2023, resolution number 2022/2023-009. I'll give you a moment to get there. And if, oh, Madam Hearing Examiner's beat me to the punch. She's put it up on the computer. Do you see that, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir, I do.
Let's go down to, on the first page there of Exhibit 9, the paragraph, the third paragraph there with the third whereas. And I'll read the first part of it. It says, whereas the Timberon Water and Sanitation District water distribution system is nearing full depreciation. Did I recite that correctly, Mr. Gonzalez?
That is correct.
And this is a resolution that is signed by, among others, you as chairman, correct?
That's also correct. Yes, sir.
What informs the representation that the system is nearing full depreciation as stated there in the third paragraph?
Well, the depreciation schedules that we have, and the fact that these systems and distribution, they only have a 35-year lifespan.
Okay.
When correctly installed.
What does depreciation signify to you other than something that's indicated by a depreciation schedule? For example, does it mean?
Yeah, I mean.
Go ahead, please.
I'm sorry. I was just saying, to me, when I hear the word depreciation, it's an accounting term, and it generally tracks the life of a widget, and over time that widget loses value until it's considered fully depreciated, meaning it probably needs to be replaced. But it's an accounting term, and maybe I'm getting accounting terms confused with entering catastrophic failure.
No, that's fine. And
the distribution system.
I don't view you as an accounting expert, and you don't hold yourself out as the same, correct?
Yeah, that's my dad's a CPA, but I haven't even stayed in a Holiday Inn Express.
Well, that's fine. I haven't either. Thank you for that, though. But depreciation also, do you think that depreciation as determined by accounting schedules could be affected by acts such as during the lifetime of a utility asset of making material capital improvements?
I would consider that, if I had been managing the organization, we would have started down this road of line replacement a lot sooner than we are now. So I guess I'm kind of having to comment on prior practices from prior boards. I really want to try, not to blame, but really the organization, just being objective here, the organization did not do its due diligence in staying on top of these assets, especially the distribution system, that as my colleague indicated earlier, many of the lines weren't even installed correctly. And now we're finding that some of the piping structures may not have had a proper NSF rating on them as well.
Well, Mr. Gonzalez, you know, in some parts of your testimony, for example, on page 7 of your testimony, at line 20, you say the district is fully depreciated. And then on page 10 of your testimony, at lines 20, you say the distribution system is nearing full depreciation, correct?
It sounds like I've contradicted myself, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it sure does, Mr. Gonzalez. Wait a second. And then also, when you look at the audit reports that you've included as a basis for your answering Mr. Bagatko's question, you said
yes, ma'am,
depreciation schedules. But if you look at the audit findings from some of the reports that you have included, isn't it true that there are findings in the audit reports of some significant deficiencies because you don't even submit a depreciation schedule, at least in 2019 and 2020? Isn't that right?
That's correct, Madam Examiner, and we've also closed the gap on a longstanding audit finding that indicated the district did not have an inventory control system. We have installed one now, and we have an inventory control system. But back to your question about, apparently I've stated full depreciation in one area, nearing depreciation. Essentially, if I can restate my words here, is that when I'm speaking of depreciation, I'm almost always referring to the distribution system, which is in accounting terms and in industry terms a fully depreciated system. So I just want to share that the distribution system is fully depreciated. Some of the other ancillary parts of it, like the water treatment plant, the new installs from the SCADA system from 2016, those systems are definitely in play and in good shape, but it's the distribution system that's always the point of contention for these discussions we're having. And I'm sorry if I confuse the issue by talking about the entire system as being fully depreciated. That's not what I meant. I'm primarily talking about the distribution system being fully depreciated. So you have my apologies on that.
So, sir, is it your testimony here today that the district actually is using depreciation schedules now?
Well, we've obtained them from the auditor. She gave them to us. And, from that standpoint, we're using them. But I don't know if the organization used them in the past. I guess the long and short answer would be no. But all I know is she's given us the depreciation schedules and she's helped us to get back on track with that. The auditor has.
Subsequently, in the audit report from 2022, and 2021 also found in the findings section that Timberon Water and Sanitation District had failed to provide capital asset inventories. That's June 30, 2021. And then the finding of a significant deficiency in the 2022 report said lack of maintenance of capital asset schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Have those deficiencies been addressed, Mr. Gonzalez?
From the standpoint of capital controls on inventory, we have. Reinstitution of the depreciation schedules, to my understanding, I'd have to ask the treasurer, but I do think we have incorporated them back into the organization and are tracking them. And also, the district also got a count of inventory items for the auditor for that session. And I think in the past, they weren't even turning in inventory tallies to the auditor for some of those audits. So several things we're trying to correct. Yes, ma'am, the depreciation schedules, get them back in use. and tracking them. Our accounting firm has them now. My wife has given the files to the office. The treasurer has them. As far as I know, we have closed those, we've mitigated those findings.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Pagacco.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Gonzalez, how about going to page 8 of your direct testimony, if you would? Just let me know when you're there.
How are you on time, Mr. Pagacco?
I'm about done. And
My
particularly,
direct testimony, I'm looking for page 8 and I can't find it on my direct testimony. I don't have a page number.
well,
Um,
to save time, I can read it to you. I'm really just asking you about something I think that was echoed by Mr. Harding this morning. You may or may not have heard him talk about it, but well, let me just put it this way. I'll read your testimony. Line 6, page 8, beginning, says the district is striving to begin to put line maintenance and repair strategies instead of the reactive maintenance process that the district is currently stuck in. Does that sound right to you, Mr. Gonzalez?
yes, sir.
right.
We're using work order systems now, and we're trying to bring the organization up to par as far as the things that you would expect to see, even with safety programs. We're trying to install a safety program, get lockout, tag out. The organization didn't have it. So you name it, we probably were gapping there. So the answer to your question is yes, I am familiar with that. And we are moving toward trying to be, we're less reactive and try to plan more things. But having 7 to 11 leaks a month always takes priority. And sometimes it cancels out our plans.
And did you have the chance to read staff witness Richard Martinez's direct testimony that was filed in this case, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir, I did.
Are you familiar with one of his
read it.
recommendations for a work plan?
I think the highlights of what he was suggesting is that he would be desirous of us getting an interim increase, but he wanted us to post a bond for that. And then to also have some engineering assessments done, evaluations, to kind of keep track of our progress and how we're proceeding in eliminating or reducing these 80+% water losses.
Do you think those recommendations of Mr. Martinez would help you to pivot away from your reactive mode you're currently under and transition to, for lack of a better term, a proactive mode?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's a very intelligent way of solving this problem. And we're actually desirous of moving in that direction. It's the funding impairments that we're having that's keeping that plan to go to fruition. And also the $500,000 grant money that you're able to receive in ICIP, considering the depth of our issues, comes up a little short in making, significant moves toward the correction. But we're willing to take any money that we can get to put toward line replacement. We really have to do it now. It's not going to be too much longer before we're pushing 90%. And then at what point do you say we don't have a potable system anymore? So we're very concerned about, as we have been since we took over the operations here at TWSD, we're extremely concerned. Our focus is on water. But we have to admit that this legislative session, we didn't get any of our projects approved. And this, of course, this delay with the minimum rate increase is also, taxed some of the money that would have been used for the daily operating expenses of the district. So we're very much desirous of moving forward when the commissioners are satisfied that this rate is good to go.
All right, and finally, Mr. Gonzalez, my last question, if you would, go to page 12 of your direct testimony. And I'm going to be talking about what you say there in lines 3 through 6 there on page 12.
Madam Examiner, I don't have that Q&A in front of me.
Page 12.
Page 12 of the direct, up at the top, lines 3 through 6.
I guess I'm gonna have to volunteer.
Well, you know what they say, when you do that, whoever asked you to do it has to donate part of their salary.
Of course, I did volunteer to
I don't
take.
think she wants part of my salary.
Now it's probably going to be mine, Mr. Gonzalez.
Let's see. All right, there we go. What line?
All right, there we go, up there, lines 3 through 6. Mr. Gonzalez, do you see that? Lines 3 through 6, you're talking about TWSD most clearly falls under rule 17.12.7 to 0.9 of the New Mexico Administrative Code for Class C and D water utilities. Is that a fair assessment of what you say there on page 12 of your direct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And
Class C
following
criteria is closely aligned.
right. So
Yes,
do you believe that Timberon's a Class C water utility?
I think Timberon and water sanitation districts in general, objectively, I have to say that it doesn't look like our organization is a good fit, at least for the framework that the PRC employs, like this Class C rating. And I guess that's why there's only one water and sanitation district attached to the PRC. I'm not complaining. I'm just stating the differences here. It just seemed like most all of the paperwork, the format, the reports, it all seems to be geared toward corporate entities that are much larger than our organization is. So from that standpoint, it's not exactly a real good fit.
All right, fair enough. But for the specific purposes of what you say there on lines.
And this is Mr. Albright. I object to further because it does call for a legal conclusion with regard to whether or not they're a Class C or not, and whether or not they're a water and sanitation district, and generally the status with regard to water and sanitation districts in the PRC jurisdiction.
I'm going to overrule the objection because he's the one that put in his testimony that he thought that Timberon fit most closely into 17.12.720.9. So, I mean, if he can answer a legal question in his direct testimony, I think he probably could answer one orally.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Well, my point is, Mr. Gonzalez, are you aware of what's contained in 17.12.720.9?
I did take an attempt at trying to read most of these administrative codes that apply to us, and just to be fair, in the line of questioning that I answered what was most closely fitting for our district. That's so if I had to pick one, there really wasn't a class that fit us, but Class C was the closest that you guys had presented as a selection of utilities that you would most closely adhere to or be considered closely similar to.
Well, when I read your testimony, I went and looked up the rule you cited, and I'll represent to you that it's entitled Uniform Systems of Accounts. And so the primary reason for my line of questioning is I was wondering if you consider yourself most closely aligned with the Class C definition. The tail end of that rule says that Class C and D water utilities may keep their financial records either pursuant to the New Mexico Uniform System of Accounts for Class C and Class D water utilities included in the appendix to NMPSC Rule 720, or in accordance with NARUC's Uniform System of Accounts for Class C and Class D water utilities. And subject to check, because I'd urge you to look that rule up for yourself, but do you know whether or not Timberon elects to go with one accounting approach or over the other? I mean, would you consider your accounting approach that we see evidenced in this filing to fall under the NARUC standards or under the New Mexico Uniform System of Accounts standards for Class C and Class D water utilities?
Well,
And I'm
that's
going to
where I
object,
would say that,
Madam- I'm going to object, Madam Hearing Examiner, in that it calls for a conclusion that's not in his testimony.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would respond. I'm just interested to know, because it'd be good going forward to know what standards govern, because I imagine we'll be dealing with Timberon again.
Mr. Albright, he opened the door, like I said, he's the one that had it in his written testimony about that section. And so I don't really see a problem in making inquiry about what he knows and doesn't know about the rule. Hearing nothing, answer the question, sir. Your objection's overruled. Mr. Gonzalez, answer the question if you know.
yes, ma'am. And that's a big deviation from the current accounting practices that a water and sanitation district does. Because we're a government entity, we send in for approvals of our budget. We submit quarterly reports to the DFA as our financial regulator. We also submit quarterly reports to the USDA as a governmental entity, and those accounting practices are reviewed by those entities. So, and then we have the annual audit that we have. So I guess that's where we begin to kind of deviate from the PRC's classification and these codes that we're speaking of, that it may not be exactly the same fit for us versus a corporation that's doing business as having some similar crossovers in water utility actions, but it quickly changes when you look at us as a governmental entity, because of the paperwork that we have to generate for our regulators are different than what would be required for a corporate entity solely.
All right, thank you for the answer, Mr. Gonzalez, and that's all I have, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for your time and attention today, and I hope you have a good evening.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Pagacco. I have some questions for Mr. Gonzalez, but due to the lateness of the hour, I believe if the commission finds it appropriate, we can recess our hearing and come back tomorrow at a time that's convenient for the commission, say 8 a.m., 9 o'clock. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, 9 o'clock's acceptable to me, and then just note that I'll be in Albuquerque tomorrow, so I'll be on Zoom, but I'll be here at 9.
So if 9 o'clock works for the commission, we are, and I believe 9 o'clock will work for the parties. Mr. Albright?
It does, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Pagacco?
Madam Hearing Examiner, we can do 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
Very well. We are recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow. And at 9, we will resume. I have a few questions for you, Mr. Gonzalez. And then after the presentation of Mr. Gonzalez, we'll have the staff witnesses. And we'll be sending out a new Zoom link because I just had this Zoom link for today. All right, so thank you very much. We are recessed.
Thank you.